And today we're going to be talking about national initiatives very much associated with skills transformation across the kingdom. And we all know we're going through quite a big amount of transformation right now. And we thought it would be a very interesting opportunity to invite experts from different organizations to talk a little bit about what they're doing in terms of national initiatives, success stories, partnerships, what they would have to share. The idea is that we have a little bit of time at the end for people to ask questions to the panelists. I'd like to start perhaps with some introductions. Introduce myself. I'm a partnerships director for Coursera. I look after relationships with universities across the Middle East. And I wanted to say a few words about our panelists. So I'll start, first of all, with Mr. Abdullah Al-Jaya, who is the General Manager for Future Skills Initiatives in the Ministry of Communications and Technology. And so prior to his previous position, his current position, Mr. Abdullah served as a VP for Business Development Partnerships at the Saudi Digital Academy and managed strategic partnerships at the MISC Foundation. He's worked with Korn Ferry as a consultant and has extensive experience in the field of consulting and project management. So I'd like to, say a round of applause to Mr. Abdullah. So the next guest we have today is Mr. Mohammed Al-Suhaim, who is the CEO of the Saudi Digital Academy. And he boasts over 13 years of executive expertise in human resources strategy, national talent and development. And he's been serving as CEO in the Saudi Digital Academy since 2020. Following his tenure as Vice President of Operations, he's now a recognized expert in tech talent development and has focused a lot on aligning digital transformation with training and development, especially to enhance cultural leadership and change management. So welcome to him as well. Now, I have Dr. Naimullah Khan, who is Deputy Director for the KAUST Academy and also Assistant Professor at the Computer, Electrical and Engineering Division of KAUST. He's very, very big, enthusiastic of continual learning, and he's been running national initiatives in cybersecurity, bioinformatics, and artificial intelligence through the KAUST Academy, which is a very, very new, department within KAUST University. And I'd like to, say a welcome to him as well. And last but not least, we have Jeff Maljokalda, our CEO for Coursera. Jeff joined Coursera back in June 2017. He's previously served as a founding CEO at the Financial Engines Incorporation and co-founded by Nobel Prize winner William Sharp. Jeff has also worked as a consultant at McKinsey and Company and Cornerstone Research. So thank you, Jeff, for coming over today. Now, the idea is that we have a few questions for discussions. We wanted to make sure that this is quite, interactive. There will be questions for all of you to ask afterwards, but I'm going to start off with a few talking points, and everybody will be able to contribute. But I would like to start perhaps with Mr. Abdullah. And my first point is on current initiatives and skills priorities for the kingdom. I mean, obviously HCI, human capability, everything is very much connected with the Saudi vision. My question would be, how much of your current initiatives have been actually resonating across the market? I'd love to hear a bit more about your institution, how you're leading initiatives across strategic skills, requirements in the kingdom. Perhaps if you could tell a little bit about success and lessons to learn as well, that would be a nice way to start.
Thank you, Pedro. And first of all, as a Saudi person who is really passionate about human capital development, I am very proud to see where our kingdom is today with the human capital initiatives. And I would like to take a moment to appreciate where we are today at the Human Capability Initiative. A great thanks go to engineer Anas Al-Mdayfer and the amazing team with him behind the great work that they have put today here. Secondly, I would like to tell you that the kingdom, the future is only brighter due to the plans that we have for the human capital development cascaded from our Vision 2030, also supported by the Human Capital Development Program led by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology through the Future Skill Initiative. If you allow me, Pedro, to take you and the lovely audience we have today through what we have achieved
Please.
as far in the kingdom when it comes to the human capital development from our investment through Future Skills. Today, we have trained more than 147,000 professionals in the tech talent through Future Skill Initiative. Today, the kingdom, we're very happy to say that we have more than 350,000 tech talent pool, which makes us the largest in the region. Also through initiatives on awareness and digital awareness, we have reached to more than 1,260,000 beneficiaries when it comes to workshops, trainings, and upskilling through e-learning. And the point of it is raising awareness and digital literacy. Also, due to a recent report from the European Evaluation Center, the kingdom is ranked second when it comes to digital capabilities. And the greatest story that is close to my heart and all Saudis that we're very proud of, in 2017, women participation was around 7%. Today, we not only have female leaders, but we have an average of more than 34% women participation in the ICT domain, and that is exceeding the G20 countries, the European Union, and even the Silicon Valley. And I assure you that we are committed to continue investing in our people to exceed all the numbers that we just mentioned earlier.
I mean, I wanted to maybe dwell a little bit on that in terms of the causes, like what has been driving that, and are there specific skills that have been leveraged to ensure that level of success, especially when it comes to the empowerment of female learners?
Sounds great. Thank you for the question. So we do have constantly a team studying the skills needed in the Saudi market and the skill gap. And then we do map those skill gaps to unique programs that will upskill our talent. And today we are focusing heavily, as you know, and the panelists know, on the generative AI and the data science and all the emerging technologies. So we have plans for that, and we are continuing to deliver on it. And every quarter we review what's happening in the market to make sure that what we're delivering, it is in alignment with the skill-based need in the market.
Very well, thank you. Now, I maybe wanted to come to you, Mr. Mohammed, because I understand that obviously the Saudi Digital Academy has basically connections and is part of the MCIT. Now, in terms of projects and programs that you are leading, how do they differ? Are they aligned, or do they have any, let's say, different direction in terms of skills leverage? I'd love if you could maybe tell a little bit more about those.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. So I will second what Abdullah has mentioned. So we are working in a very amazing ecosystem. It's not only about the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology alone. So it's a huge ecosystem. So what we do is recognizing the skills after studying the market based on supply and demand models, where we recognize what's are on the top on-demand jobs. And we are very connected with the private sectors, government sectors. We understand the Vision 2030, what's their initiatives, what's their projects, and what's been implemented as of today and as in the future. As you know, the industrial revolution is changing a lot, and also the technology is changing a lot. Even with the technology, like a general purpose technology, with the internet, with the cloud, every now and then there is a new technologies coming in. There is a new platform. What's very essential is that we learn or we teach our youth is how to learn and how to navigate through this uncertainty, and what are the core skills to build on top of it, what kind of skills that you need to pursue your career. So it goes with, in alignment with the supply and demand model, with our studying in the market, what is needed, what are the initiatives that are implemented within Saudi and within the region. When we create or design our programs inside Digital Academy in alignment with the Vision 2030 and with the ministry, we understand what are the audience and how they will pursue their career. So there is students in the universities, there is high schoolers, digital literacy. It's very important to them to know what statistics, mathematics, and so on, those kind of core skills. Yeah. And where in the university students, they need to be professional, understanding what's there in the career, what are the most important thing. Now with the technology is changing, when you're studying programming with the generative AI, now you can ask ChatGPT or alike to write a code for you. But what you need to understand, I was talking to Jeff just before the panel, you need kind of skills now with the generative AI to challenge and also to understand what's those kinds of technologies generative AI or alike is giving to you. So you can understand it, not to lend your brain as a muscle to that engine. You need to understand what is it, and you cannot do that until you get the foundation. So foundations are very important. So it's based on the targeted pool. Early career, they will require different programs. Mid-career, they will require different programs. Yeah. And leadership is very important now, since this transformation and globalization, that's require a lot of skills that need to have a partnership with everyone. And if you can see, this great conference has three themes. One of the themes is how to can partner with the global, so you cannot work alone and you cannot work separate. So what we have achieved or what we have learned from our experience, maybe someone else that they need those kind of information, and vice versa. So this is normally how we work. So when we plan, we need to understand what we are planning for and how we are implementing it based on the audience and what they need.
That's very good. I'm going to pick up on the partnership side, because I think it's very interesting, element in terms of how, especially when you look into, say, implementation of projects of large scale. When you think about partners, what sort of key characteristics do you assess? You look for a partner. How do you establish trust and let's say collaborative partnerships that could be, impactful?
So for us, there is a lot of characteristics in terms of how to define a partner. So one of all is that they are committed. So commitment is a key, because once they are committed to something, that we will overcome any challenge that we might face. So and second is the belief. So they believe in what they are doing and how to transfer people projects. So it's not because we are on Human Capital Initiative like a summit or we like human capital. Working with people is also different. Yeah. So because the people, they are coming from different places. So any project that's related to people, that's require flexibility. So flexibility is a key when you are implementing those kind of projects, because you never know what kind of challenge that you might face. But with other projects, with the construction or alike, it's very simple mathematics, 1 plus 1 equal 2. But with people, they come from different backgrounds, with different thinking, and they require different attention. So flexibility is a key. Also expertise, so they have an experience on what they are doing, and they are committed to innovation and kind of creativity.
Yep.
So this is what forms partnership and characteristics to us, and we have been working with a lot of partners, and one of them is Coursera, and we are happy implementing a very large-scale kind of program.
Right. Well, that's good to hear, and I think that would bridge to Dr. Naeem in terms of this sort of like landscape where you need to say work together with a partner to set up specific achievements. Like I know that you have launched recently a national initiative on cybersecurity, bioinformatics. Dr. Naeem, would you mind telling us a little bit more about that? Because it's a very new story, but very successful, short-term success. So would you mind extending on it?
Thank you, Pedro. If you allow me, I'll come with a little bit of history. So KAUST is now around 15 years old.
Yeah.
KAUST was created with the goal of being one of the leading research institute in the world. And I will take the liberty to say that we are pretty much there. On several metrics like citation per faculty, KAUST is the #1 institute in the world. So now come the next logical question. How do we take that success of KAUST and bring impact through that for the kingdom? So as part of the new strategy of KAUST, two areas were identified. One was academic uplift, direct academic impact on the kingdom, and the second one, research translation. So KAUST Academy handles the academic impact of KAUST on the kingdom. KAUST is a graduate institute, we don't have undergraduate students. So as such, we get 400 students each year. About a third of these are Saudi. So each year KAUST is graduating 130 Saudi students. If you divide them by area of impact to kingdom, maybe we will get 10 AI guys, 10 cybersecurity guys. This is not enough.
No.
So we need to scale things up. We needed to scale things up. That was the challenge which was presented to us last year, to develop a program with which we can have a much larger student base, because Saudi Arabia has around 1.2 million students in undergrad universities. Even if we reach around 1% of them, 10,000, this is more than enough to tackle the area of critical importance to the kingdom. So we started with a training program, a specialization for undergraduate students. We started with artificial intelligence. First year we did it without Coursera. We got around 5,000 applications. We narrowed down, evaluated the application, select the 1,000 students, and then we have a funnel. We have in-person training where we go physically to universities, work with the students for 1 week, 40 hours. It's a boot camp style, 9 to 5, give them an exam in the end, and at each stage select top 1/3 students. Finally, in 2 stages, we narrowed down from 5,000 to around 100 students. These 100 students, we invite them for a summer program. This is done with international partners as well as KAUST, but this is basically hardcore technical training. In the areas of artificial intelligence, I am a KAUST graduate. I did my PhD at KAUST. I took less AI courses than the student took in the summer school. Because I was a graduate student at KAUST, I was working in computer vision. The idea is you take machine learning, you take computer vision, and then you focus on that. With undergraduate students, you can give them a much wider base. You can give them introductory level information of all areas. You don't need to go too deep, but you can be very wide. So the challenge that we faced in the first year was that this narrowing down from 5,000 to 1,000, this was very ad hoc. You cannot have a uniform criteria over all universities. Different universities are different. The next year, we reached out to Pedro and the team. We worked with Coursera. So we got this year around 6,000 applications. We enrolled them in Coursera specialization. So everyone who apply, they will get something out of the program. We created, the good thing with platforms like Coursera is that the raw material for creating high quality training is now there. It's the job of the academics to take that raw material and create a good pathway for students. One area where I think KAUST Academy is excelling is that we don't just enroll students in some courses. We create a pathway for them. So I remember I had a chat with Pedro when we started this program, and I asked them, what is the biggest challenge that students face when they are learning online? And a lot of the dropouts for students is because they get stuck in something. It's an online course, they don't get help, they give up. So what we do with our students is that when they are taking Coursera courses, every week we have a 3-hour problem-solving session with them. It's online, but it's synchronous. Students come, they bring their problem, TAs would work with them. And we saw that with this, the uptake rate and the retention rate increases quite a lot. So from 10,000, roughly 10,000, we select the top 10%, which is around 1,000 students. These 1,000 students, we put them in in-person training. So KAUST faculty, and of course our international partner, we go to 7-8 venues in Kingdom, physically. We go there, we send a team. It's a massive operation. We have some members of our team, and you can see from their faces how tired they are. That's how much work they need to put in, but we do it. We train, at one time we have like 10, 15 training programs because we have AI, bioinformatics, cybersecurity. It has to be at one time because these are not our students. These are students in Saudi university, so we have to find university breaks. So if there is a university break, we have to capitalize on that. So these trainings are done, we give them in-person exams. Roughly speaking, from this in-person training, we take around top 1/3 students. So from 10,000, 1,000, from 1,000, 300, from 300, 100. Now this 100, from the 10,000, this is the top 1%. It's the cream of the cream of Saudi Arabia. Now for them, we provide very high quality. Roughly speaking, if I have to put it in terms of credit, it would be equivalent to 2 graduate level courses, what we cover in the summer. And the idea, at least for me, is that I want to create an organic ecosystem in Saudi Arabia for tech entrepreneurship. I want these guys to create startups. I want these guys to fulfill the technical requirements, go take up jobs in MCIT, in Sadaya, in other top organizations in the kingdom. So the success metric, we are very new. I think in 5 years, what I would at least judge myself on is that what type of tech entrepreneurial success we have had. The second metric is I want our students to take up top international scholarships. Saudi Arabia has very generous scholarships for our students, but I want them to take international scholarships. I want them to, on their own merit, go into the top university, get the top university position. So these are the 2 metrics that I would evaluate myself in.
Is there a barrier you feel at this point in time that prevents them to get these scholarships?
Yes. So the barrier, I think one thing that we need to do is training. Quality instruction, I think, is one thing that Saudi Arabia needs to work on. At least that's our experience at KAUST. And Saudi universities, I would say, are improving at one of the fastest rate in the world. We are still not at the level of, let's say, top international universities, but we are improving. We will get there in the next few years. So the outlook is pretty good. We have the raw material. We are a country of 30 million. Like I said, 1.2 million university undergraduate population. We have some of the best support from the government. So all this program that I mentioned, it's done at literally 0 cost to the student. Okay, the student just have to volunteer. Even if you fly them to top international schools, we of course have a significant partnership with Coursera. This is done at no expense to the student. This is possible with amazing partner in government and private sector, organizations like MCIT, Sadaya. These are helping not just us, all the organizations in the kingdom. So this is, I think, prevents, at least for me, it's like an ideal situation. You have the raw material, you have the support, now you have to go to the drawing board and create a story and get something going. And I'm hoping that in 5 years we can deliver in a quality manner on the 2 success metrics that I have identified. Sultan doesn't know it. He might be like, Habibi, you have to tell me what are the success metric. But this is at least my personal metric that I think would define a good success for us.
Very good. That's
Thank
great,
you.
and good luck with that. I mean, Jeff, I wanted to approach you because obviously, one common theme here is how much Gen AI is impacting projects like this and globally. And I know that you've been very involved, in your discussions in Davos, trips abroad. First of all, would you be able to tell a little bit more about Coursera's vision in relation to Gen AI? How Coursera is looking at it as an opportunity as well as challenges?
Yeah, so this is a really exciting time. It's thrilling. Sometimes you're thrilled because things are exciting and positive, and sometimes you're thrilled because things are exciting and scary. And for me, at least, the thrill is on both sides of that. I mean, generative AI, I'm sure now we're all playing with ChatGPT. I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing at Coursera to take advantage of this technology and help people keep pace with how fast things are changing. But a lot of what this is going to do, this technology is going to do, is this going to accelerate the rate of change. I mean, we're here talking about capabilities. And if I could add two other words that go along with that, it would be change and collaboration. Capabilities, change, and collaboration. And what it comes down to is that as the world changes faster and faster, the required capabilities of individuals and institutions are changing faster and faster. And you talked about flexibility, Mohammed. I think you're spot on, right? You said flexibility and expertise. Flexibility, I'll say agility, is going to be more important than ever because things are changing faster and faster. This is the agility for individuals to learn new capabilities and agility for institutions to be able to support individuals in that journey. The reason that collaboration is so important is that individuals will not figure this out on their own. It's changing too fast. Individuals need to want to learn and change, and they need to have the support so that they can learn and change. And institutions are important to create the incentives and the pathways to do that, and to create the support with the fuel program. I mean, saying these are the kinds of skills you need to know. Here's a curriculum that you can take. Office hours will help you along the way. Incentives. If you perform well in these courses among the 10,000, you get to go to the summer program that's in person, and then ultimately have better economic opportunities for you and your family. Well, economic opportunities is about employment. Employment, those are institutions called businesses. But businesses cannot do it by themselves. They don't always have the funding. They don't always have the ability to reach populations of people like the MCIT does to go to Saudi citizens. What I'm seeing here in Saudi Arabia is the beginnings of a model that I think will be fundamental in a world of generative AI. And so I'm not even going to talk about the technology just yet. I'll just talk about the kind of institutional collaboration that is required to keep pace with change. It will require governments to not only provide funding, but to also provide regulatory policies to facilitate the transfer of credit, the recognition of credentials, the ability for industry and higher education to work together. So in your programs, are there university courses? Are there industry courses?
Okay, so for the undergraduate, it's primarily university courses. We do work with private sector, we do work with ministries, we even have all the way up till part-time master's degree for them. But for professionals, we have a separate track. For undergraduate students, it's primarily a university.
And how many universities would be represented in that program?
In our program, we have around 25-30 universities from Saudi Arabia. All universities provide their students in our program. We do have our partners where we send our students to take the summer school and research internship. Up to 10 universities from North America and Europe are included in it. We are looking at a bit into the East as well, Singapore and Far East. But currently our students go to North America and to Europe.
So here you have a program sponsored by a government agency, curated and designed by a higher education institution, bringing in international experts from university to create skills that will be relevant to business, and then taught by one of the best research universities in the world in a hybrid mode that is both online and in person, synchronous and asynchronous. And you've got a program like MCIT, the Fuel program, where you have universities and industry providing courses to individuals to help them become more employable. And I was talking this morning with the National E-Learning Center here, and the vision for credit transfer, we're learning from industry in industry micro-credential programs, and having that count as credit towards college degree programs really combines a collaborative level that transcends just a bunch of universities working together or a bunch of businesses working together. And when I was here, last time I was here, I was at Prince Sultan University, and we were talking about PSU doing exactly this, putting in online courses from global experts around the world for credit online for students on campus pursuing their degree programs. This is the kind of collaboration I believe that's going to be needed for generative AI. I'll make it very short, but what are we doing with generative AI? A lot. Number one, we have a reskilling program called Career Academy. There will be a lot of people that lose their jobs. Not everybody, not every job, not all at once. Over time, though, machines will continue to be more mechanically proficient than humans. They will continue to become more cognitively proficient than humans. Different jobs at different rates will be more fully automated. And so people are going to find ways to switch into new careers, and that's what Career Academy does, is it gives you a way to train into a new career. We have Generative AI Academy. This specifically teaches not only how generative AI works, but more importantly, how generative AI is used. This is a new thinking tool, just like you were saying. Young people, young professionals, older professionals, policymakers, industry leaders need to understand the implications, not just of how this technology works, but how it's going to be used and how that will impact the way that individuals and institutions do their jobs. We have been doing a lot of AI translations. In the last 18 months, I've been to 30 countries. We have now translated 4,200 courses from institutions all over the world who've published on Coursera into 20 different languages, including Arabic, including Hindi, including French and German and Bahasa Indonesia and Thai. After this, I'm heading to Korea. We've translated them into all of Korean. I'm heading to Japan. We're translated all in Japan. I'm going to Kuala Lumpur. We've translated everything into Malay. Every expert in the world will be available to any language speaker in the world. And that's not like in 3 years. That's like right now, 6,000 courses in 20 languages in the last 6 months. We have Coach. This is personalized tutoring. A lot of times people do get stuck. Individuals come from different backgrounds and different proficiencies. They need different help on different concepts at different times. Having a generative AI tutor that can help you understand the material is an incredible breakthrough. When I was at Davos, Bill Gates was asked, among every application of generative AI in the world that he could see, what would be the most impactful applications of generative AI? He mentioned two things. He said, personalized medicine and personalized tutoring. Because he said that the role of education in narrowing rather than widening inequality gaps is fundamental. And that kind of personalized support, which has been historically cost prohibitive, is now available to almost anyone in the world at any level of education in any language that they speak. I think this is a real breakthrough. And then the final piece that we're working on is Course Builder. We're launching it next week. This is to help professors and businesses build custom-tailored courses using experts from around the world. So a professor could say, I want to teach my incoming freshmen basic reading and writing skills, and I want it to be this long, and I want it to cover these topics, and the AI will build the course using components of courses on Coursera, courses from KAUST and courses from Google and courses from these institutions around the world. So that will also facilitate a faster pace of collaboration that is tailored to specific institutional use cases of learning.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So just to finalize, because I also want to give the opportunity to the audience to ask a few questions, but I wanted to go back to Mr. Abdullah and Mr. Mohammed just to get a piece of, taking the context into consideration, what we're discussing over here, especially with the impact of Gen AI. How do you see the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years in terms of implementing projects in large scale? What would be the piece of advice you would give, for any, let's say, organization that is implementing projects of that size? Now, I want to hear from both of you. Dr. Abdul, if you want to maybe start.
Sure. From our end, to be specific, I would like to first shed light on the partnership and collaboration, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
Just like what Jeff said, we are living in a world where technology is rapidly changing, and we need to respond to it.
Yeah.
And we need to have someone play the role as a catalyst and orchestrator to facilitate the work between the end user, which is our beneficiaries, world-class training providers like Coursera and their likes, and then institutes, educational institutes that we have here in the country. So the role that the Future Skill at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology today is playing, we are mandated to look at partnership in two ways. We are looking at it as an ecosystem developer and enabler.
Yep.
We have two ways to look at partnership. We have inward partnership looking and outward partnership looking. The inward looking partnership, where we sit with all the different national academies, such as Saudi Digital Academy, such as TWIG Academy, STC Academy, National Information Technology Academy, and we make sure that we have a dialogue about what are the lessons learned and how can we collaborate. And the great thing that we have learned that we need to work all collaboratively. We need to share lessons learned. We need to share the failure before the success. So others won't replicate that and start from where others have stopped. And on the outward-looking partnership, we partner with world-class entities, the global MNCs, to bring a world-class training to the kingdom and to our people. We have a partnership with IBM, we have a partnership with Cisco, Huawei, and a great story with Coursera here. Through SDA, we have reached to more than 120,000 nationals registered when we launched Fuel, and Mr. Sahim can elaborate on it. So, in short, my advice when it comes to how can we deal with scalable programs, my advice will be is let's collaborate. Let's bring regulators, training providers, institutes in one table and let them work all as a one team for the greater good of our country. Thank you.
I'm going to let you.
So I will start with slightly disagreeing with Jeff about we are living in a world, not the machine is becoming more proficient than the people. The people, they need to level up. And I think the business and the world needs from people is more not kind of routine jobs. With the digitization that's coming across each industry, and it's not limited only to technology professionals. So generative AI is used across all categories and all industries. So HR, finance, what type of jobs and project management, how to use technology and generative AI to perform better and unleashing your potential. I was talking to Jeff about my kid. When I ask him a question, he's answering me that I need to Google it. So this is the type that what we need to advise our people is not to rely more on technology, to give them your brain. So we need my advice to unleash your potential, maximizing your resilience, being agile, learn how to navigate through this uncertainty and those kinds of changes, and know how to learn. Jeff and Kaust representatives mentioned something about the micro-credential. So how to find this information that you need, and then I think the internet now and the world has a lot of information. How to get the advice or get the support on how to find this kind of information and how to learn it on your own. So people, they are in a rush. We are living in a world that is rapidly changing and very fast. So people there now will not wait for you. So the train will go. And if you don't catch it, then you will be behind. So my advice is unleash your potential, understand what is the changes that's happening around you, be on top of that, and be on top of your learning. So you know better what's your strength and what's your weaknesses. If not, reach out, get support, and start your learning and be a master of what you can do in this world.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. I do believe we have about 5 minutes for questions. So I wonder if we could maybe ask. I can see a lot of brilliant. So let's give to that gentleman over there. So please, feel free. You can tell who you want to ask the question to if you want.
Sure. Ivar Shapar here. A general question. So the Fortune 500 executives say that productivity is right now the #1 challenge for organizations in 2024. Yet when you look at the current change management practices, 70% of them fail. So I'm wondering how Saudi Arabia is looking at the new ways how to implement the change more effectively than it used to be, and maybe there are some interesting AI applications in how to make sure that what we're teaching actually sticks and help impact, for example, in productivity? Thank you.
Is that a question for anyone specific, or who would volunteer to?
Okay, I will volunteer because I believe that I am
Okay.
the least qualified person to answer this question because I'm pure academic, nothing to do with
Okay.
with business side. The productivity side, I think the whole generative AI can increase productivity quite a lot. That's why the skills need to be updated. So there were things where previously you had to spend thousands of man hours to go through certain things. With generative AI, you can literally do it with RPA powered with generative AI can solve the productivity challenges. There is of course certain areas where you cannot replace them because I think still the high level cognitive task, very high level cognitive task, it still has to be done by humans, and where the challenge would of course remain. And I'm assuming this can be tackled to some extent by distributing the work. We will reach a situation where we will have fewer jobs, more people. So rather than maybe a 5-day work week, we can have a smaller thing. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, 30.
But I will let Jeff.
Yeah, the Boston Consulting Group came out with a report January 11th, and they interviewed a bunch of CEOs and said, how are you feeling about generative AI and why are you pursuing it? Number one reason was productivity. 90% of the executives said that they are just experimenting, they're not actually implementing anything. The number one reason is they said, we don't have enough skills in our organization to really take advantage of this. That being said, when they surveyed people and said, how many companies have trained more than 25% of their people on generative AI? The leading region in the world was the Middle East. This was according to the Boston Consulting Group. 8% of companies in the Middle East have trained more than 25% of their employees on generative AI. And what that means is in the US is less than 8%, in Europe is less than 8%, in India and APAC is less than 8%. I was at a roundtable among CTOs at Fortune 500 companies global. They said, this is not going to be an issue of technology. This is going to be an issue of change management. This is going to be an issue of organizational transformation. And it's going to be, how do you create the culture, the support, the systems to help people deal with this level of change? So I think you are spot on, and all the evidence suggests that training will be the gating factor to unlocking productivity. And so far, at least in terms of dollars spent and people educated, the Middle East is number one in the world in terms of regions.
We have another. Please feel free to. I think this gentleman over here at the top, he raised first.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. I came here late, but I'm very much involved in the subject. My name is Walid Al-Somali. I'm currently an advisor at the Ministry of Investment. Before that, I was with Saudi Aramco for 40 years, before I retired and joined the ministry. So the question that I would like to throw to the distinguished panelists, the topic about digital skills, and that is extremely important, very well understood. Now the world talks very comprehensively and widely on 2 types of skills. Green skills, which has to do with the green transition, energy transition. And there is a new emerging type of skills that is called now blue skills, that has to do with the economy of oceans and seas, which represent an unlimited potential of $1.5 trillion. Countries that would like to use oceans as a source of wealth. What are your thinking about these 2 emerging type of skills and how they can be taught, how we create more awareness and knowledge about them? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I can take the question. Thank you for your question. I believe here in the kingdom, we are moving in a rapid change due to the Vision 2030. And the way we're looking at skilling, I believe we used to be in a knowledge-based economy, and then we moved to a skill-based economy. And now we are moving to what we call a super skill economy. So what we're trying to do today with our talent is to make sure that they receive the right needed skills. As we spoke earlier with Jeff, the technology is rapidly changing, and we need to respond to that. So what we have realized that if you give them the right skill set that can go across sectors. Today, my colleague Mr. Sahim talked about the AI and how the AI can elevate the way we work and the way we react and all of that. What we're doing at the ministry in the Future Skill Initiative with our great partners such as Coursera and their likes, we are making sure that we always reviewing the supply and demand for our market, making sure that the skill set that we are training on is aligned with our direction and where we're headed to.
And I would just say this is where vision is important. Someone mentioned leadership is much more difficult now than it's been in the past. It's because things are changing in such uncertain ways. The ability to anticipate where things are going is very difficult, but it's important. Having a vision of what the future skills are, having a vision for the way that you want your economy to work, that works for the country, but also comparatively with other countries, plays to your advantages, is incredibly important. Individuals won't just all run around figuring out that blue skills and green skills are what they should be doing. That's an institutional job. I will also say that Vision 2030 and the ability for a country to lay out a vision for how that country and the people in that country will prosper is a major part of this. We don't have as many green skills and blue skills programs on Coursera today as sort of digital, project management, data science, computer science, et cetera. But I do believe that as these become more in demand, it will be driven by science, science of the oceans, science of biology, not influencers. You know, influencers will not solve the problems on land, and influencers will not solve the problems in the oceans. Researchers, scientists, people that really can command knowledge will be the sources, I think, of real prosperity. And so if what we're going to try to do is continue to create a platform where the best researchers in the world to fulfill the visions of some of the leading countries in the world can share what they're learning and guide people to the kinds of skills that will create prosperity, you know, for a nation and hopefully for the whole globe.
Thanks so much, Jeff. So unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions. We reached our time. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to all our panelists for their contributions today. And also thank you for all of you for joining the session. And I hope you have a good rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
seats. The next transformation stage session is co-piloting the future, human and AI synergy in decision making. Please welcome to the stage Majid Al-Sheri, the General Manager of Studies and spokesperson at Sedaya.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here with us today to talk about the future of something that should be interested for all of us. Human beings and artificial intelligence and synergy together is an important topic that we have a great panelist today to share with us their thought and their vision for the future of how we as humans and AI can work together in synergy. So as you know, today we stand at the cusp of a new era where artificial intelligence is no longer a tool that is helping people to do their day-to-day operations, activities, but it's becoming more of an engagement with a partner that is capable of doing many things together with us. And it's for us humans to do whatever we want with that relationship. From the classrooms of Apple Academy to the boardrooms of what McKinsey teams are providing with the decision makers, today we are happy to have also decision makers from the entrepreneurial part who are using the technology and specifically AI to help and support in decision making for certain areas from SkyHive. We are glad to have with us today three panelists starting from Tom Isherwood. He is a partner from McKinsey and Company. Uhud An-Nail, she is the Apple Developer Academy Director. And Sean Henton, he is the CEO of SkyHive, who's joining us from the United States. So help me please welcoming our panelists. And we'll proceed directly on the questions to Tom. And Tom, let's start on reflecting on what McKinsey Insights are telling us on AI in general, and what are their findings on how do you, as Tom, and even beyond that, the McKinsey team, envisioning the role of AI as a co-pilot for us as human beings in sectors that are ready to move and make the transformation on using AI in a mature way, and also enhancing the human decision-making process without replacing human.
Thanks, Majid. So at the McKinsey Global Institute, we've been doing research on how is AI going to change the future of work now for a number of years. And there's two big outcomes of that research, or two big insights, let's say. One, there's going to be significant disruption across the board. I'll talk more about that in a second. But two, this disruption is much more about changing how we work and augmenting how we work than replacing us, right? So let me start with the first one. We started this research back in 2017, and what we did was we took more than 800 occupations, more than 2,100 different skill categories that are required to perform those occupations. And we did a line-by-line analysis of what are the skills required for each of those work activities, and what is the automation potential against each of those skill sets. When we did this analysis for the first time back in 2017, we found that across all professions, across all occupations, about 50% of the work that we do, all of us, I mean, obviously it's very, some areas it's higher and some areas it's lower, but about 50% of everything we do is technically automatable based on the technology that was available in 2017, about 50%. And unsurprisingly, at that point in time, the majority of what was susceptible to higher automation were more physical, more manual roles, and the areas that seemed insulated were white-collar knowledge work, right? Okay, fast forward now, we reran the full analysis in 2023. Obviously, Gen AI kind of hits the scene end of 2022 with ChatGPT. 2023, we rerun the analysis. That 50% has now become more like 60 or 70%. And the biggest shift has been in white-collar work, right? Previously, when you look at like the different skills that are required, repeatable manual labor is automatable up to 70%. But it used to be that things like dealing with stakeholders, dealing with individuals, was very hard to automate at all. With Gen AI, even that, 40, 50% of those activities can also be automated. Okay, so should we be scared, right? And my view is actually, I think we should be excited, not scared. And the reason is the following. When we actually look at how that breaks down across jobs, almost no jobs get replaced entirely. I mean, what will happen is the most repeatable, the most routine, the most rote parts of those jobs will be replaced. And for me, the way I think about this is much more about we are giving our workforce and ourselves, frankly, I mean, we're also taking our own medicine inside McKinsey and doing the same thing to ourselves. We're giving all of us the equivalent of superpowers. Just like in the Industrial Revolution, you had factory workers gain superpowers and be able to do things they could never do before because of industrial machinery. During the Information Revolution, you had the same thing with computers on calculations. We are getting the equivalent of superpowers with Gen AI, enabling us to be much more effective and frankly focus more of our time on the more interesting parts of our jobs. So the last thing I'll say is I don't want to be too Pollyanna-ish. I'm not saying this is all going to be easy, there's going to be no problems, but I am saying that while there will be a lot of disruption, the workforce on the back end of that disruption is a workforce that I think will be more excited in their work because they can focus on more of the areas that actually require interesting thinking, creativity, socialization, and less of the things that are more routine.
Very interesting. So I'm excited now. I'm not scared. I think there's a future that is really capable of working together. And as you mentioned, probably the automation is taking its steps forward. However, there are also opportunities where we can make the superpower by using the AI together. I think that's very interesting. Now, Rahud, how about the Apple Developer Academy? What do you do now to make sure that we are preparing the developers to create the AI solution that augment human capabilities without diminishing the importance of having the humans' insights and creativity?
Well, thank you. Like Tom said, I think we've had this healthy discussion that AI is here to help automate, make things faster. I think we still have to have these core skills of mathematics and computing and programming, but within the academy, we have a very human-centric approach to teaching. And in it, we have multiple approaches. One, we look at human design, or how do you design with putting in that human factor. And I don't think AI is at that capability, especially when it comes to localization and looking at how do we design for your people, for your culture and your background, and that needs that human touch. Second, interdisciplinary approach. AI is not at that level, talking a year or two in front. We still have that interdisciplinary, and we take it from the beginning in our application process. 30% of our students come from different disciplinary backgrounds, and taking that disciplinary side of it with people with different points of views, then it affects the output of the apps and the work that the students or our learners do in the academy. And then finally, it's about ethics as well. Looking at the ethics of AI, looking at the values that we have within the academy, talking about transparency, talking about user data, and also making sure that you only take what you need from the user, and upholding these ethics and upholding this transparency is something that only humans can do. So these are things that I think pilots the technology rather than co-pilot.
I think those uniqueness and human capability are still there, and I'm really happy that the creators of the future developers in Apple Academy is empowering those skills because they are still human-based and they cannot be replicated or replaced by AI. So that's very interesting for the future manpower. Sean, Now, I know that you are doing great jobs with using AI platforms, so let's focus on AI technology. How does the AI technology identify and bridge the skills needed in real time, if possible? And what implications does this have for the future workforce development?
So I think I offer a unique perspective in that since 2017 I've built a very, very complex AI system from the ground up. And so what our thesis was in 2017 and remains today, why do we have access to the most advanced computing power in the world's history at the lowest cost to access it, yet if I ask somebody a basic question, which is what are your skills, people would have a very difficult time answering that question. And by skills, technical skills, human skills, tools, technologies, methodologies. If I ask a follow-up question, which is, how do the skills that you've acquired from your work experience, life experience, and educational experience, in other words, your skill DNA, how does that skill DNA relate to the changing nature of work and jobs and training in this very rapidly moving labor economy? The answer would be, I can't possibly know that. And the reason I describe it this way is this is where AI helps us, because AI does the job of doing the extraction of skills, helping one understand their skill DNA. That could be at an individual, departmental, company-wide, or even community-wide level. And then it runs the correlation between how jobs are changing in the real-time labor market. And so skill discovery and democratization leads to agency, whether it's I can identify my skill gaps and see what type of learning I need to do to fill those gaps, or at a broader context of a community or a large organization, where is my strategic workforce planning in relation to the jobs and skills that are emerging? How am I prepared to deal with that? And how do I mobilize my workforce to get there? So that is how AI can be supporting us with respect to better understanding our skills, better understanding those gaps. What it can also do is begin to learn the uniqueness of that skill DNA. So all of us in this room, I have twin boys, sons. They're 9.5 years old. One loves basketball, one loves hockey. One loves video games, one loves DJing. Even though they're in the same context, same environment, they're developing a different skill DNA, and all of us have a unique one. And so we can understand, whether it's now or looking predictively into the future, where do we fit with respect to that changing landscape?
Yeah, those are very interesting insights. I believe you have picked it at early time in 2017, where AI is doing something really useful. Probably humans wouldn't be able to do it with the same capability, which is the skill discovery. So that was a good example of how AI is co-piloting the people, and maybe that will take me to the next question to Tom. Tom, from your global experiences, can you share with us and elaborate on some examples where AI was successful co-piloting the human brains?
Yeah, so what's interesting about this, I think, is we're seeing examples of co-pilots in pretty much every kind of work. But I want to start with one example that most people in this room already use, just to give an analogy that will help us think about how this will change other parts of our work. Google Maps is a great example of a co-pilot. It's not a Gen AI co-pilot, but it's a co-pilot that we've all been using for a long time now. And what it does, if you think about it for a second, is it used to be that being a good driver didn't just mean that you kind of, could steer and follow the rules of the road. It also meant you knew which roads to take to get to a particular place. It meant that you knew which roads would be busier at which point in time. And there was a lot of encoded knowledge that you needed to have to be a really effective driver. Okay, today you don't need any of that because you have the co-pilot that provides you that assistance. Again, not replacing you, it's not an automated vehicle yet, but that makes you a better driver with this co-pilot. And I think some of the examples we're going to start to see with Gen AI being applied across different types of jobs are going to be similar to that, right? So one example, I'll give you 3 examples that we've seen in action, right? So one, we've seen, one of the most, I think, simple ones people have been thinking about is customer service representatives, right? Essentially, what the Copilot here does is when they get a phone call in the call center, it immediately provides them with a summary of who is the person, what is the context, what are they likely going to ask about, what are they likely going to need, so that when the moment you pick up the phone, you can immediately engage with that person's problems instead of going through, what would today be kind of 5 or 6 or 7 scripted questions just to even understand what's going on. Secondly, we've also seen those same co-pilots essentially built in a way where, if you, as the customer service rep, are able to kind of get the answers to a few questions, again, you don't need to memorize all of the company policies or the product policies, or it depends again your context, but all of that can then be fed to you via the co-pilot. So similar to the way that Google Maps means I don't need to memorize the roads, the customer service rep doesn't need to memorize all the policies in the same way anymore either. And so that's one example we've seen already in action. Typically, very few companies, there's been some news recently about companies that have done this, very few companies are going fully in terms of automated chatbot, fully automated kind of AI customer service, because obviously there's some risks, as I think people have seen the news. Like Air Canada found that out the hard way as their chatbot made up a refund policy that didn't exist, and then they were forced to honor it. So very few companies are going all the way, but what we see many companies are doing, and we're helping many of them with this, is how do you give your customer service reps these superpowers so that they are more productive, more effective, get a better experience, and bring all of them up to the level of where your best customer reps used to be. And I'll maybe two, 3 more examples just to make a sense that it's not just stuck in customer service. We see the same thing starting to happen with teachers, not in the act of teaching, but a lot of their work, if you think about it, creating lesson plans, writing tests, evaluating student work. These are all things where, again, a co-pilot can speed that up, can make that faster, which gives them then more time to focus on guiding group discussions or tutoring individual students who need more help. Even, by the way, even in things that we think of as more blue-collar labor, we've seen co-pilots helpful. So the maintenance workers in a mining facility, right? So this is an environment where you wouldn't think of Gen AI being helpful. We found it's extremely helpful because as they're doing the maintenance, they can take a picture of the piece of equipment that they're working on. Image recognition can then use AI to process that to get an understanding of what is going on right now. You have all of the policies, procedures that are in the manual, in the kind of, let's say, the maintenance manuals for the company that are then also a part of the AI, so that then they can get immediate guidance and support, co-piloting the manual work they're going to do to fix the machine, right? So we're seeing this actually pop up all over the place. We're even, last one, we're even applying this inside within McKinsey. We don't think that AI is going to replace consultants. I hope not. But what we are finding is that our consultants can be much more productive and much more effective. And we've essentially trained up a co-pilot for our consultants internally that draws on all the knowledge that we've been codifying over more than a decade, right? And that speeds up their work, allowing them to also focus on the more interesting parts of their job.
Yeah. Very interesting and wide landscape of examples. I like most of these, and probably we need to reflect as an audience and to see how these examples can help us in our day-to-day activities, regardless of where we are coming from healthcare, from energy, from what sector, but definitely we'll have some of these good examples that we can capture and implement in our activities. So, Rahud, let's go now to the new and fresh generations. Now, what do you do in nurturing the new talents and building the careers, the critical skills that you believe the future developers need to thrive in AI-enabled workforce?
Well, I think what we apply within the academy and our work currently is one of the main outputs that we have, which are lifelong learners. And throughout the 9 months of the program is we teach them how to learn and not what to learn. So no curriculum, no tests, nothing like that. And what it is you will have developers that can easily adapt to AI, can actually leverage AI, that don't feel threatened by AI, because we have these lifelong learners, people that have the skills to learn something new utilize it. I mean, one of the things that we are introducing is how to merge AR with AI, especially with the Vision Pro coming out. And all of these things are opening new prospects for our students and not really hindering it. And so I believe, like Thomas said, it will be a tool that you will use in the background to raise efficiency and open up new technologies, new boundaries, go into new areas that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, very interesting. So, how to learn more than what to learn. I think there should be a balance between the two. However, the focus on how rather than the what. Agree with you. So, Sean, I know you have a very interesting approach in quantifying the human potential and skills. So, my question to you: how can organizations leverage the AI to foster the culture of lifelong learning and continuous professional training and development?
So, earlier in my career, I spent 10 years as a labor economist. And so I spent a lot of time particularly focused on workforce or career mobility. And what SkyHive has done is invented a methodology called quantum labor analysis, which is the application of artificial intelligence to analyze a workforce at its most granular level. And so why do we do that? We do that because with advanced technology disrupting industries across the world, increased globalization, there's an inversion of the labor economy happening where remote work is exploding, you can be working anywhere, there's digital transaction of products and services. And what's happening is traditional labor pools are being dried up. And so if we take something, for example, like cybersecurity, there's a 6.5 million person shortage across the world in cybersecurity professionals. Now this has been a 12-year problem, and year over year it continues to grow. So fast forward, you can imagine what that means for things like data scientists, or quantum computing engineers, etc. So what quantum labor analysis does is say, okay, let's forget about jobs and assume that the world is moving from job-based to skill-based. And why do we have to move to skill-based? Because when we're looking at empty labor pools, we need to search for proximity skill sets. So it's no longer a one-for-one person that has 100% of a skill match. It's more like an 82% skill match and helping us identify the gap to fill that 18%. In order to get that person productive. So in the case of a cybersecurity professional, we can look outside of that labor pool and start to find people. Now, the problem is, and this is really, in my opinion, the root cause issue of the fourth industrial revolution, play out those ripple effects. So cybersecurity takes a whole bunch of people. That industry takes a whole bunch of people, and so on and so on. And what we're left with now is the critical jobs that form the socioeconomic fabric of any community are going away. Teachers, social workers, nurses, caregivers, etc. And in several economies of the world where there's a baby boom, a lot of those industries, their top, most in-demand shortages are in personal home care aides. So people that go in and help people that are of retirement age. And so with quantum labor analysis, it's the only way of understanding a workforce at its most granular level to be able to upskill and reskill individuals and labor pools to take on the jobs of the emerging today and the emerging future. And so we work mainly with Fortune 500, Global 2000 organizations and governments around the world. And they're coming to us really with 4 key questions. One, what are the skills of my workforce today at an individual, departmental, company-wide, or community-wide level? 2, what are the emerging jobs and skills that are happening in my industry, with my competition, or in the labor market at large? How are those going to impact my workforce now and into the future? 3, what are the gaps? And 4, how do we harness learning and development and other types of on-the-job training to take somebody from a frontline customer service worker, where Tom was explaining that there's a high risk of automation, and move them into areas like solar installation, which are really big in-demand jobs. And so all of this is, the foundation of all of this is ethical AI technology that is explainable, transparent, and supports the decision-making that's ultimately impacting human careers, which is very important.
Yeah, I like the story of how do you work in Skyhive behind the scene and making decisions ethically through the systems. And probably that would be my next question to Tom. But before that, this will be our last round, and afterward we'll open the opportunity for the audience to ask their questions. So if you have any questions, you can start preparing for that. So Tom, starting from the ethical part of what Sean was mentioning as a good and true example of AI platform. So how can we ensure that our future AI implementation platforms are governed ethically, and they are continue to be enablers rather than replacement for human beings?
Sure. So when we think about AI ethics and AI risk, there's definitely a lot of different issues and challenges that come up. One of my colleagues described it as like we've walked into Jurassic Park before they've installed the electric fences. So we're and I even go one step further. We don't even know what the electric fences are. And the problems you can just see whenever you Google this on the news, right? I mean, you have issues around deepfakes, issues around bias, discrimination, issues around obviously the worries about effects on the labor force and what will that mean for unemployment. My view, though, is that these are all things that can be addressed, and they're things where actually AI will be part of the solution of how to address them. So let me maybe break it down to two levels. I think it's helpful to think about this at the level of an organization, like a company or an institution, a government agency that is deploying AI. And it's helpful to think about this at the level of a society, a country, where kind of governmental levers are at play. For an organization, our view is that there needs to be as much effort put into thinking about how to manage AI responsibly as there is to deploy AI. But our view is not, you shouldn't slow down deploying AI. I mean, the organizations that are getting their hands dirty now and learning how to work most effectively with AI, with Gen AI right now, are going to be the companies that also end up succeeding the best in managing those risks, I think. So it's full speed ahead on deployment, full speed ahead on managing the risks. And when it comes to things like bias, which is one of these questions that comes up a lot, what we're finding is that actually the source of bias typically is biased input data. As you're able to increase the amount of data that you feed into some of these models, AI may become less biased than us, and actually could be a helpful check on the bias that, frankly, humans introduce into all decision making. So I think at the organizational level, you get things like this is the way I think about some of the solutions. At a societal level, I think there's a different set of questions. Obviously, you have questions that deal with AI regulation, and you see different things happening in the EU versus the US and other places. But for me, the part that is closest to my heart is the one that you mentioned, which is what happens in terms of workforce shifts. And in my view, this is not different than the workforce shifts that we've seen 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 150 years ago. New technology enables us to do more things, to be more productive, as an economist would talk about it. And that means that there's probably fewer people needed that do exactly what I do tomorrow. What we also see, though, is that there's actually completely new things that are required on the other side. And so the challenge for societies to manage this ethically is how do we help and support people who are disrupted by this to move, to transfer, to reskill, to upskill. And I think that's where things come, as Ehud mentioned, really helping people learn to learn, not just learning skills that might themselves become irrelevant a few years from now, but actually build that capacity for adaptation and for learning. And I think, also with the Skyhive experience, really thinking about what are the potential destination jobs that are close to the disrupted jobs, and that may also have longer, let's say more longevity. I think healthcare in the US is a great example of a job category that is exploding, where there's major shortages, and where it's not likely to be replaced anytime soon. Even though co-pilots may be helping people, it's very unlikely that healthcare professionals are fully replaced because of the physical components and the human components of it. So that's a bit how we think about these questions.
So we have been there before, and we'll continue sorting out the issue, and we'll meet definitely new challenges. Ahood, could you share with us some examples from projects or initiatives that you have been witness in the academy that exemplify successful AI and human collaboration, and particularly that highlight the AI role in enhancing human decision-making and technology development?
Well, I'll give you an example of one of our latest challenges. We have a yearly challenge about accessibility. So within that challenge, we asked the students to come up with an app and develop an app that handles any accessibility challenge for a person with special needs, or add a feature within an app that can help with accessibility. And we had amazing apps that came out of that challenge. One of them was architecture, I think, or art, if I'm not butchering the name. And what was significant, because it kind of takes on the full circle of what we do, is they had a multidisciplinary team. So someone in that team actually came from an art background. And they were talking about accessibility, and another person within that team had someone who was vision impaired. And at that time, they were visiting an art gallery and talking about why don't we build an app that can help people who cannot see to see art and explain it to them. So of course, AI was the natural default to that. But then we had biases that came within that AI that was actually reading that artwork, but not really being culturally referencing because it was a Saudi artist with Saudi culture and references within that artwork, it wasn't really showcasing it or explaining it to that vision impaired person. And what happened was they built their own ML and AI model that they fed with over 500 pieces of art that existed, and they're still doing it. And now they're working with Misc Art to actually feed that and have an AI model that really showcases and explains the artwork from our point of view, our culture, and give that vision impaired person the best explanation of the artwork in front of them.
Very insightful, and I think this is one out of many, probably with the
Yes.
limitation in time, we can't get more examples, but I'm really happy to hear that. So we'll conclude with you, Sean. In what ways can AI-driven platform help in predictive workforce planning? And I believe this is a challenge everywhere. And how does this transformation help in strategic HR initiatives?
So I'll leave one example that I think kind of answers this full question. So we work with one of the larger oil and gas companies in the world, and they have a target of net neutral by 2030. So they have a workforce of about 60,000 people, and those 60,000 people have all been hired, trained, certified on traditional energies. And so they have, less than a decade to transition 60,000 people to new jobs. Now here's the thing, and I asked this question in a panel yesterday. In the green economy, by 2030, there's 100 million job shortage forecasted. Just throw a number at me. How many of those jobs do you think have been created, defined? Just throw out some numbers.
Numbers?
20. Okay. 80% of the jobs required in 2030 in the green economy have not been developed today. 80%. And so the reason why this is really important is think about the context. I'm an organization. I need to transition a workforce to 2030 with jobs that haven't been created yet. Right? Super complicated. It's the only way that the only way that you can achieve that is by having machine intelligence that's able to read and interpret what's happening in the real-time labor economy today in real time. and then be able to deploy that intelligence across human resource technologies to help immediately engage people, whether it's the definition of a talent architecture or jobs that need to be done, whether it's helping people get it rapidly on reskilling pathways. Now, I use the green economy as an example, but that example would go for anything related to the future productivity and growth of companies and communities. That's where artificial intelligence is going to help support more rapidly solving these problems instead of leaving people behind.
I see this is a really good example of big and complex problems that we need a superpower people, humans, to solve it, and probably AI would be the best enabler for them to sort it out. And now it's time to look at the audience and probably have questions for our panelists. Maybe you can start from the lady.
Hello. First of all, thank you all. I mean, it's honestly, I'm only 22, and these subjects are very important to us. I'm a media student, and I'm a founder of New Media and AI Technology. Basically, my question is, 2 years ago, we had the idea of making an app that will help journalists understand what's happening via image recognition, and so they can write news faster and they can understand what's going on faster. We managed 2 months ago to finally release the app. However, we had a problem. We call it AI is gonna kill us all. Many companies and many newspapers, many journalists, they basically not refuse, I would say, but are scared of what these AI technologies can do. And my question is to you specifically, Mr. Tom, because all of them are refusing to use anything that is related to image recognition or news helping AI because they are afraid of what it can do, yani. So my question is, do you think there are any other ways that we can convince them? And it's fine, nobody's dying. It's not biased as in it's just helping to make the process faster.
Yeah, so maybe just two thoughts on that. One, people are worried about AI is going to replace me, as you said, or kill us all. But that's even more dramatic. Replace me at least. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think AI is going to replace humans. I do think that humans with AI are going to replace humans without AI. And my suggestion for you concretely, and this is going to sound really mundane, but what we found is, because we found the same thing. We work with companies and government agencies all over the world. And one of the things that we do with, especially with our Quantum Black team, which is our analytics and AI team, is help to deploy tools like this. And invariably, the frontline workers who are going to be using them are worried in exactly the same way you mentioned. We have found there's only one way to get around that, and that is to involve those frontline workers deeply in the creation and the development of the tool so that they can see how it helps them and they can give input to it. Because if you really get to a point where it is a huge productivity uplift for them, they're going to want to use it. But we found that it sounds probably basic and mundane, but that is really the only way. It's like, so I would say in your case, who are your beta tester journalists who are going to be part of your almost creation team and design team, and then be your first users and your biggest proponents once it gets out.
I wouldn't mind throwing a commentary here. I get asked a lot of questions about, well, how do, the fear of AI, et cetera. And this is for everybody in this room, and tell everybody, there's a very easy way to help people allay their fears. Help people make the model hallucinate. And what I mean by that, it's fun. It's super fun. Go into GPT, or go into any of the co-pilots and make it hallucinate. And what I mean by make it hallucinate is, you and I are having a conversation, and I tell you a sentence that's completely nonsensical. So, I drove to the cotton candy, I picked it up, it was fantastic, I went to the lake, right? That's what I'm trying to do, to make a model hallucinate. And watch in 15 seconds how dumb that co-pilot becomes. And it's just like anything, right? It's a relationship between a machine and a human. And the thing is if imagine the first people who saw the television, right? And this like image is up on the screen. So just make it hallucinate. And what it's going to do is it's going to help people understand right away, I actually control this. Because a human being can respond to that and say, Sean, what you just said was total nonsense. Right? And so in the case of journalists, just have them make it hallucinate. And it's going to show them how superior they are to the co-pilot.
Tom, Sean, I think gave you a very good background so they can back you up in your future answers to that tough questions. So we'll have a question from over there.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Majid, Madandu, Sin, and Tom for your presentation. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much. I'm Oscar. I'm a surgeon, and as a surgeon, I work with Da Vinci, for instance, for doing surgeries. So I just wanted to ask you, taking into account this synergy between human and AI, what keys should I use for keeping always to try to avoid, that the AI make a risk in the final decision, because when we are doing some capital procedure like a surgery, we want to take the total advantage of the AI, but always we want to keep the final decision in a critical step. So what do you think we can manage this for in order to the human being has always the final decision? Is it, or am I right? What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a surgeon question, how to manage those big critical decision making using the AI. What's the proper procedure on that? Probably, Sean, you can take it.
So when we're building AI models, what we're constantly, the constant starting point is, can we make it what we call Turing ready? So you may know this term in computer science, but can we make it equal to or better than human decision making? And if the answer is yes, then you would want to automate that. If the answer is no, especially when human lives are at stake, then you're simply not going to do that. But I wouldn't necessarily make a statement to say that the world will rely on human beings to be the sole decision makers across decisions, because there are some decisions that frankly machines are going to do better. And at the end of the day, I think we're probably more interested in the result than we are the governance of that result. In the case of human, we are a long way away in medicine from having artificial intelligence be a deciding factor in any procedures, would be my opinion.
So probably it will take a decade or even longer for that level of maturity. So we have a time for last question from here.
So thank you, everyone. This is Arwa from Johnson & Johnson. You've mentioned that there's going to be a shortage in the jobs, and the emotional intelligence, or the AI, emotional interface, the AI is going to solve some of them. So my question, as a company, McKinsey, Skyhive, Apple, and Sadaya, what kind of training are you providing for the employee? Are you prepared for this jobs that's going to open? Like, I've already heard that, okay, there's going to be a shortage, but there's going to be a lot of slots for jobs because of the AI. So are you prepared? Is there any training available for us as an employee that will help us to go with the flow and to accept it and to get the job that is designed and suitable for us, to make it combined AI and people?
Thank you for your question. And I believe from Sadaya perspective, there is the Sadaya Academy, which is largely investigating the best opportunities and training sessions to give to the people of Saudi Arabia and beyond. And there are plenty of courses at different levels, different durations, and even different target audiences that are available, published online, and you can just check on the website Twitter and LinkedIn and see what they are offering. But to be more specific, let's see the perspective of the training Apple Academy, what they are offering probably for the people here in Saudi.
Well, for us, we concentrate mostly on developers. So looking at other employees in HR or other places, that isn't where we usually target. But within our development work in the academy, we do implore that AI is taken into account. We're fine, we don't go against it. Use it in your presentations, use it in your content, use it. I mean, and I'll tell you another story of another app. We've discovered, because we do put a huge emphasis on, we don't call them soft skills, but critical skills. We put a huge emphasis on it, and we discovered that a team of learners in the academy did an app that helps with presentations, voice recognition, tells you when to speak higher and lower, and helps, and they just shared it within themselves to get them at a higher level of presentation. So they are utilizing it in ways that support the main skills that they have. So think of it in what you do in your daily work, and how can you use AI to actually help yourself grow stronger in areas that you feel you need to.
And it really, if I may add to this, maybe it depends on you as a learner, how can you manage to look at the skills that is required for you to improve, and then build on yourself and invest of your time to build that capability and skills. With that, we have reached to the conclusion of our session. I hope that we as an audience have interacted with our great panelists today. We have learned from what they are doing at work and their personal experiences as well. We have probably an agreement now that co-piloting of AI and human beings is a reality. It's not a dream, and those superpowers that will be created by combining the two efforts is the best workforce for the future. Thank you very much for your time and your attendance.
I'm the Chief Knowledge Officer of Oliver Wyman and the Chief Operating Officer of Oliver Wyman Forum, which is our think tank and platform for engaging both business leaders, policymakers, academics, and societal leaders on a number of topics that are highly relevant today, including this one. Being here is extraordinary. We're living in a really extraordinary time, a time full of disruption. It's a more fragmented world. It's a more event-driven world. It's a world marked by technology change, AI acceleration, and a lot of changing attitudes. And I think many of the assumptions that people held are no longer true today, and that's part of what we're going to discuss. I think this is probably the best group of people to have this conversation with, because I don't need to tell folks here at the amount of change that we've seen in the workforce over the last few years. And even though we have half of Gen Z that have now entered the workforce, and we have about half still yet to come, the changes are pretty pronounced. So we have a very varied and experienced panel. I'm going to call them up to the stage in a little bit of reverse order. So Anita Thiessen, the CEO of Youth Business International, whose very job it is to empower young people to start, scale, and sustain businesses. I can't wait to hear your thoughts and insights, especially on how to activate this generation at work. Elena Percival, who wears many hats like me, one of which is the co-founder of the international nonprofit Women Who Code, which I'm sure all of you have heard of. It empowers diverse women with career and development resources to stay and level up in technology. Michael Fracaro, the Chief People Officer at MasterCard, who has spent much time around the world, but also living here in Saudi, and is very much focused, obviously, on attracting, retaining, and engaging generations of workers. And Ulises Brenghi, learning experience designer at Eidos Global, not only here to share his experience and insight on developing learning experiences. It's a massive gap that we'll talk about today. Ulises is also the only Gen Z on the panel, so he is here a little bit like judge and jury to keep us honest, depending on what we're about to talk about. So before we dive into the panel discussion, quickly let me set the stage on why is Gen Z so important that brings us here today, besides what you've seen. If, starting with this, we go here. If you dig deeper, I think we've spent 3 years, we've studied across the globe, we've talked to, whether it's online or in person, to over 300,000 people, both as employees and as customers, in terms of how are their values shifting, how are their behaviors shifting, how are they shifting as both employees and workers. And they are what I call the most generation. They're the most digitally savvy. They're the most global because they've grown up on the internet. They're the most educated. They're the most diverse. They're the most, you can insert many different words in it. And we've seen some of this reflected already at work. They've also been incredibly exposed to the volatility of today, to this perma-crisis world that we seem to be living in. And so that's created many of their own cultures, many of their own subcultures. They're a huge portion of the population. They're going to be 27% of the global workforce by 2025, and obviously as more and more enter, they're going to disrupt the workforce even further. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of that and how they've pushed for the change. A few key points. What are they redefining and how? Well, loyalty, we've talked about loyalty being redefined on the customer side for many, many years. Loyalty being redefined now at work is also being tested by Gen Z. They're not afraid to leave their job if they find another one that suits them, which might not be a surprise. I think many people would not be willing to leave a job if they find another one that suits them. But even the majority of Gen Z that say they're loyal to their employer, they believe they're fully loyal to their employer, they're still happy to leave. So that's a big shift. Second, and I think fourth on here, the flexibility, the optionality, the quality of life that we're going to talk about. Many got used to it, or at least observed it from others during COVID, whether it was Gen Z as they were being educated or Gen Z that had already started working. And 85% of them right now globally prefer hybrid or remote work. It's a contentious topic. Many companies have struggled with this. The Gen Z continue to plow ahead in terms of really thinking of their work-life balance as a priority. Learning and advancement opportunities, I know we're going to spend a little bit of extra time on because they're quite critical to them, and especially with a wide range of skills. Here in Saudi, almost 100% of employees say that they need more training in the next 5 years, but almost 60% of them feel like what they're getting today is just not sufficient. So the gap, we're going to start discussing some of the issues behind the gap and how to tackle that. And then last but not least, many folks have called Gen Z lazy, or they might have called them snowflakes and things like that. And what's interesting is, I think they're an incredibly hardworking generation. They just might not be working incredibly hard for you. And why that is, well, you look at how they're rewriting the rules of the traditional job. Almost 50% of them globally have side hustles. They have side jobs in addition to their main job. You would think that would be different if I'm talking Riyadh or Dubai or New York or Paris or London, and it's not. It's consistent. They live in a global village and they're rewriting that rule. So how does this stand up against other priorities very quickly? Quality of life beats promotion, right? They care about quality of life more than quick promotions. Side hustles are here to stay, and as I said, they equally exist in many, many cities around the world. And work-life quality and balance also beats pay. It's the first time that a generation does not put pay as number one. They're putting these other facets as a number one criteria for how they're thinking about their job. That's 3 times that of boomers as well on the dissatisfaction. So many are not satisfied with their jobs. That's 3 times the rate of the boomer generation. So we're seeing this massive shift happen. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that their approach to social issues is also quite different. They're more likely globally and more willing to protest. They're more likely to engage in social issues online, and they expect their employers to engage in social issues that matter to them. So it's an overall shift in values, aspirations, how Gen Z perceive the workplace. And I think from an employer side, it has been a little bit of a shift from treating your workers how perhaps you've traditionally treated your workers to starting to think of them more as customers. Now we're going to dive into this, and I'm not going to go into all of the details in terms of where we saw the gap, but the Gen Z approach to skills development and careers, they're much hungrier to learn than non-Gen Z, both in technical and soft skills, and there's an important distinction there that we'll get into. Many don't feel like they have access to programs to succeed today. And 2 in 5 don't think they have the skills needed to be successful in their job. This is especially true on the AI side. So with people as our priority and legacy, we're going to discuss and dive into the panel discussion and unpack perhaps some of the themes in a little bit more detail. These are the themes that we'll talk about today, both from the workplace preferences, their approaches to skills, how we can learn from Gen Z. I think it's a critical one that we need to take away from here, and how just they're transforming the work. So with that, skipping from the facts to our conversation, obviously the road to getting us here and incorporating Gen Z in the workplace has been a little bit full of surprises for many of us. I'd love to start with what are, Anita, some of your biggest learnings and surprises as this generation has entered the workforce. Anita, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think I'd probably highlight 2 things. One of my roles at the global level of Youth Business International is to see what's happening globally and what are we hearing from entrepreneurs on the ground. And in the last couple of years, where those are really, really meeting is about wanting to have a social impact through businesses. So that could be a social purpose, green, climate, and so forth. That is really, really striking in what people want their businesses to solve. And I think that also is reflected in what people are looking for in employment. And the other thing is about hard and soft skills, or what we would call growth and performance skills, is there's a recognition and a hunger to help skill building for the person as well as for the business owner. And of course, in an entrepreneur, they're one and the same person.
One of the things that we're definitely seeing and is interesting to see how it's evolving is this idea of continuous learning. And we know with AI and this big leap that we have going forward that it's going to be incredibly important that you're adaptable with your skills, so that it's a strength for Gen Z is important, and employers need to be adapting to this. What we're seeing is that you're not necessarily thinking that you need to have a traditional degree. They're willing to learn anywhere that they are, and they are excited to have bite-sized information. They might find it on social media. They might find it on YouTube and online courses through alternative programming. But that continuous learning is deeply valued, but also going to be a critical skill.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we're going to unpack a little bit later as well. Now, Michael, you had a lot of surprises and a lot of lessons and ahas that you shared with me earlier.
So two big ones. One is around the skills point. It is all about the just-in-time learning. So quite often we see a lot of the graduates that come to the graduate program. They're doing a 4-year college degree. They enjoy the networking and the social aspect of that. But when they graduate, they still are finding that they need to learn more on-the-job training. And so there's this aspect about just-in-time training. So give me the skills that I need just in time to be able to do the work that I'm going to be in. And it could be the technical learning, or it could be more on the social and professional skills as well. How do I interact with my manager? How do I work on a project? How do I be an effective team member? Those kinds of things as well are really important. So the just-in-time and how I access learning. And then the other piece is around taking the friction out of the workplace. So quite often we see individuals saying it's much easier to apply for a job outside than it is to navigate the internal structures that you've got. So we have an internal talent marketplace as well, which enables individuals to work on projects that may be outside their functional domain. So they may have 30% of their time that they can allocate to other parts of the organization, strategically important roles, or being able to be mentored by someone else within the organization. So I think those kinds of platforms and frameworks really help this particular generation, that it's always about, be it relevant, make it for me as well, and ensure that the experience is something that I feel fulfilled as an employee and it talks to me. They're sort of the things that we're seeing.
That's a great example. Ulises, how are we doing? Any success stories or surprises? Do you agree with what you're hearing?
I agree with all of you, especially what you just said, Michael. For me, it's weird because I'm the Gen Z who develops initiatives for Gen Z, so it's quite like a weird two places, two different roles. And something what I do is translate reports from WEF, UNESCO, OECD into interactive learning experiences. And something that I've realized is that one size does not fit all. And Gen Z is such a diverse type of population. Even though we can find common elements or qualities, it's so diverse, and that has a deep impact when it comes to learning. So something that I learned is creating multi-layered type of learning solutions that can be adaptable, flexible, and specially customized to the audience, because we are 5 people here, and the 5 of us, most probably, we learn in a different way, we incorporate knowledge in a different way, and when Gen Z, you have that multiplied by 5. So I think that was my biggest surprise when I started working with Gen Zs.
So you're basically saying that it's great that generative AI has actually come into place now, because we're going to be able to personalize and customize a lot of this. Is that right?
Indeed.
All right. This shift in the workplace, I think part of the biggest disruption has been the fact that almost 50% of them have a side hustle. And so that's left a lot of different impressions on employers in terms of how they're thinking about to what extent are Gen Z working hard for them. Anita, I'd love to start with you on this one as well in terms of, managing Gen Z in the workplace. Obviously, they want companies that provide the flexibility, they want the autonomy, they want a work-life balance, but they also have passion projects. They want other pursuits, and they want to dedicate their time to those other pursuits. How are you thinking about that? How are you managing that?
Yeah, well, so our starting point is, young people who want to start a business, but the reality is that many of them will start in a company, start a business, move back and forth. It's not that you choose one path and you're stuck on that. And I think side hustles have been quite common in many, countries for a while, but obviously the advance of digital means you can have a very easy side hustle right now. So I would look at it in a positive way, which is if you've got not just a passion project, but you have to make this thing work, which means you've got to show initiative. You've got to have all the business skills that go with it. You have to do marketing. Whatever is involved in the side hustle are skills that hopefully they're either learning from work or bringing back into work. But also, big multinationals, if they're doing some of the things that Michael was talking about, entrepreneurship, can actually develop those skills and apply those skills internally. But equally, passion projects is probably today's version of what, would have happened in my generation, which is you did community volunteering. You were giving back, you were doing something different, and that actually just makes people more rounded and they can bring something back. But if you're kind of embracing it rather than worrying about it, I think that's probably the best approach.
And openly discussing it.
Yeah. Because, who doesn't want people with initiative?
Yeah, and I think to your last point is it's an opportunity for employers to have someone who's skill building outside of their day-to-day job, and so they're diversifying their skills and can be viewed as an employee who will grow more quickly within your organization and provide more value.
And I think that's a wonderful way of thinking about it, because so far many employers have thought of any side hustles as a negative, as they're losing time from their Gen Z or when they should be working 24/7 for them, versus thinking about all the skills that they're gaining in their side hustle. Now, Ulises.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would add to the other two comments is really around the workforce expectations has changed as well. So historically, a lot of organizations, if someone said, look, I'm going to move to another organization, and we saw this just post the pandemic where there was a lot of jobs, a lot of startups, people wanted to get experience on innovation or entrepreneurs, and they left. In the past, people would say, well, if you've gone, you never come back. And I think the mindset has shifted with many organizations, sort of say, hey, they may have actually acquired new skills or new experiences and allow them to be a boomerang to come back to the organization, particularly for good leaders, that can actually become ambassadors for the organization, both when they leave but also when they come back. And they've built some skills outside of the organization can also help as well. So I think that's one aspect. And then the other point around giving them access to other experiences, I think is a really, really important dimension as well with all of this as well. So one of the things, the volunteerism, we've seen a lot of individuals that if they are taking on passion projects, and we can help facilitate brokering some of the initiatives they've got. So we've got one example where the mayor of New York City asked a group of CHROs of different industries, we've got some projects in New York City, but I need to find how I can have people that are willing to come and devote some of their time. And we said, well, look, we've all got volunteer programs. Why don't we create this marketplace of what projects do you have in the city? And we can enable this brokering of employees and activating them to come and work on these projects for a period of time pro bono. And I think we'll see more and more of that going between communities, cities, and even with customers as well, not just within the domain of your own organization. Yeah. And that just gives another dimension to work life and work development as well.
And it also provides more fluidity between public sector and private sector and the building of skills across those, which is great. Now, Ulises, you design and plan high-impact learning initiatives. How are you seeing that learning as a potential way of attracting talent into the workplace?
I think it's a key element. We were talking right before, we were talking about like the school to work transition. And in my opinion, that transition is non-existent, lacks empathy, is not youth-friendly at all, and education doesn't prepare us for what's out there. That's what I went through 10 years ago. So I think that the workforce must raise their game when it comes to be competitive with the proposals and talk about learning opportunities, not when you're already inside of the organization, but before, when you're applying for a job during the recruiting process, and try to understand how can learning be a critical part of the proposition. And I think of learning as two elements. First of all, as a reskilling initiative. We're talking about broadening the horizons for job projection for young people and for them to understand, hey, there is a place for you to grow within the company. You mentioned something about MasterCard and what you do there, but also talk about training and learning, not just as a applicable or meaningful element for the office, but rather as a more holistic approach, and how can these learning and training opportunities can be transferable, these skills, tools, and knowledge, into other aspects of our lives and into these side hustles. Because if we are doing side hustle, we have to understand why are we jumping into side hustles, because we're passionate about something or because we need more job to pay our rent or whatever. So I think there is a key element of how the training program and the learning is approached in a way that can be transferable into any aspect, into my office job, into my side hustle, into my personal poetry project, or into whatever project that we are dealing.
Yeah, I very important points, I would say, and on top of that, just understanding your employee and know why are they doing those side hustles. And so to your point, the underlying reason matters. You know, you cannot look globally, even though side hustles are equally, have equally penetrated globally. But on average, women Gen Z employees tend to get into side hustles more for financial reasons. On average, male Gen Z employees tend to get into side hustles more for passion reasons and community building reasons and connecting to others. So there are differences, and understanding those differences, I think, is critical as we go down that path.
I think a great way to understand that, something that my well-being team at my organization does, is going beyond active listening and something that it's called empathic listening. So it's a process of the person of HR completely shut up, understand, evaluate later, no intervention, no showcasing emotions, because part of the process is allowing the speaker, in this case the Gen Z on the other side of the table, express their feeling situations without the need to feel that they're being attacked or judged, because in this case maybe they have a need to go for a side hustle. Because picture how it can be an embarrassing thing, say, yes, I have a second job because I can pay my bills. It's way more difficult than saying, yeah, I have a second job because I love painting or teaching at a community center for free.
You're pushing us ahead into the next topic in terms of how senior leaders are learning and engaging and activating Gen Z. Any great examples that you've seen either at your companies or your clients or just companies out there of senior leaders truly listening to and learning from and enabling decision-making by Gen Z? And I'm going to give you a second to think about it because I skipped a little bit ahead. But one of the things at Oliver Wyman that I will say has probably been most transformational is our CEO put in place a mostly Gen Z council that advises the executive team. And that council sees everything that goes to the executive team and provides a Gen Z view or a youth view on those decisions, as well as how to engage and activate our workforce around it. I think initially we thought, okay, this is going to be a great way of just engaging the Gen Z workforce. But what's come out in the last few years is it's actually changed much of our strategic decision making. So that's been one example that's worked incredibly well. I don't know, Michael, I know you had a few others.
Yeah, so there's a couple of others. I think one, just building on your example, we have employee resource groups. So one of the employee resource groups or business resource groups, so these are affinity groups that have a particular common goal that they're focused on. So we have one called YoPros, Young Professionals, These groups come together because they've got a common interest. And one of the common interests may be about career development. But they become a conduit between that group and being a voice to senior management. And so if we're looking at implementing a new policy or a new initiative, quite often we'll test it with that group and say, what do you think about this? Do you think it'll work? What should we be doing differently? How should we be thinking about it? Or if they see particular issues within the organization, they can raise it in a formal and structured way. So things like the BRGs or employee resource groups is another channel, which is formal and informal in terms of the way it activates. So that's sort of one example. The other piece is around, we have another one called SOPROs, social professionals, and we know that the Gen Z and the millennials are very active on social media, and quite often they can use that social media to amplify, the brand and the activities and whatever we have within the organization as well to a wider population as well that can help in our attracting and retaining of our talent. So that's on the positive side. The final point really is on senior management. As we've got this multi-generational workforce, we've had to also re-engineer a lot of the people manager and leadership development training. So one of the things that we've done recently is thinking about leadership development through a couple of areas. One's around milestones, moments, and rhythms. The milestones would be things like someone's just been promoted to become a supervisor for the first time. That's a milestone. So what are the skills that they need to manage a team when it's the first time they've done it? Or they've become promoted to an executive vice president. What do they need to do? How do they become much more enterprise-wide view than just within their particular department? So that's sort of one area. The rhythms are the ways in which each year we have different kinds of annual events. So it could be talent development, performance management. What do they do there? And the last one is really around some of these other moments that happen. So how do I have a conversation with my employee about career development? So we've had to rethink about our people manager and leadership development training as well, because I think with a multi-generational workforce, our employees are going to be retained or may actually decide to move to another area because of the quality of how that leader engages and develops and mentors their teams as well. So that's a big shift as well.
Thank you. That's a number of them.
I'd love to add just a...
I was going to go to you next.
Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Go ahead. A specific example of something that I've seen, just this generation has seen that organizations can completely transform. And so they have expectations around policies and practices being able to be different. And one of the examples that I've seen that has been put in place is a young mother went to her manager and asked if she could work half-time, and they said no. So they went to another senior leader in the organization and talked about how they were going to leave as a result of this. And she went back and said, why don't we do a shared job? And so they were able to work 50% time for a period of time. And she said, I'm getting more work out of this person being flexible for what they needed and thinking outside of that normal work week to accommodate the needs of a workforce that demands we can do things differently.
Yeah, and I imagine a lot of that comes back from listening, actively listening and reverse mentoring.
Yeah.
And Anita, I know you've had some experiences with Gen Z employees leaving the company and starting their own ventures. Obviously we're talking a lot about how to engage them, how senior leaders can learn from them, but sometimes that doesn't happen, and many of them actually do leave. What have you seen?
Yeah, I probably two things. One is my actual team is relatively small, but our network is large. And I think there's a little bit of that's life. I've got a young workforce. There is going to be turnover in all of that. A lot of what Michael was describing, we're trying to do, but at a appropriate level for our staff. But I think also just the language I use is we want to achieve great things. We need more people to be leading and shaping and really supporting people to be thinking differently. You know, everybody's got to roll up their shirt sleeves and do things, but like, how do you want to do it? You know, what are your ideas? You know, and in the end, we've got to decide, but bring that to the table. But perhaps more relevant is, you know, all of our network, they're all organizations on the ground supporting entrepreneurs, and they are constantly asking the generation, which is, you know, a mix of Gen Z and millennials, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Because that's, you know, they're providing business support. And so it's very finely tuned in terms of what are some of the changing needs, you know, for setting up a business. And I think that's where we heard really, really strongly about those personal skills alongside the hard business skills. And increasingly, that was a big deal during the pandemic, but life has not gotten easier. And I think if we just recognize that people are people, in addition to running a business or doing a function, I think if we're more human in the way we look at things and understand people are bringing their full, you know, self to the office, I think that just, it helps us to think more flexibly. Yeah.
Those are all great examples. I'd love to do a little bit of a poll of the room, which is before, not questions yet, but from the examples that we've discussed, how many of your organizations are testing initiatives that they want to roll out with Gen Z before they get tested, before they get rolled out? By show of hands. Okay, I see 3 hands. 4, okay, that's not very many in terms of testing. How many of you feel like your managers and your leaders are actively listening to Gen Z? Maybe not testing out initiatives, but actually listening. And I think that was the you were clapped earlier. So you're a Gen Zer who believes the senior leaders are listening. Okay, that's a positive sign. Still not that many in the room. And then how many organizations, executive teams, have Gen Z shadow boards that are advising them? I see 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, so the advisory for the executive teams seems to be the most permeated in this group. But the day-to-day listening by managers and actually testing of initiatives before they're rolled out to be improved by Gen Z is not quite there yet. So that tells us we have a long way to go. Yeah. So let's shift to skills quickly, because their approach to careers and development, what should they focus on? You know, Anita, you mentioned the kind of disconnect on the digital skills versus the soft skills. It's obviously a rapidly changing environment for everyone. How should we think about reskilling, especially in the current context of generative AI, and what skills they should focus on? So, I don't know, Elena or Anita, who wants to go first?
Oh, I can jump in, but I'm certainly biased. Get your technology skills. Every single industry, every single company is a technology company.
I mean, what I've been hearing in the last day and a half as I've been going through panels is that nobody can predict the future. Nobody knows exactly what skills we're going to need. So what you need are to help people develop some of those intrinsic skills, which will help them to keep learning and changing. And it's all that critical thinking, communication, collaboration, you know, those kind of things. So there's obviously some hard skills people need to develop, but I think those things which are about how do you learn, adapt, change, grow, I think are going to be transferable, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're working for a multinational, you know, going between the two. But the other thing I would really say, and again I've picked it up, is let's not forget those basic foundational skills, that if society-wide, you know, there are issues with early stage education and numeracy or literacy, you know, that will affect you down the line. So don't just focus on the higher end digital, you know, Gen AI skills, but remember, everybody has to start from a strong foundation.
Yeah, so the other thing is the skills are absolutely foundational, and I think a couple of things that we've been looking at as well is around the readiness of graduates that come out of university that come into the workforce. And so quite often the college degree may not necessarily align to the job that they're going to, and therefore we're still investing in on-the-job training and looking at the curriculum, whether it's the technical skills or the personal professional skills. So one of the things that we've done with partnership with one of the universities that we have a relationship with is to co-create or co-develop a specific curriculum, a 6-month micro-credential in cybersecurity, So what we've done with the university, with the professors, is develop a cybersecurity curriculum. We have given some of our technical experts from the business to help shape the knowledge and skills that we need, and also to participate in the, the teaching of those particular programs. And at the end of the 6 months, the graduates actually come out with a certificate, they're qualified, and they come into the workforce, or they're already in the workforce, but they're able to move to another job. And I think we're going to see more of this trend of a partnership between educational institutions and corporations to ensure that this productivity is much faster from the time they graduate, as well as the lifelong learning piece around if there is a new technology or if there is a new disruption, how do we make sure that we can switch on the switch very quickly and actually get the individuals, the employees, and the graduates coming out of university much more productive, much more quicker, and much more, engaged with the work that we're doing as well.
Yeah, and both of those areas, both the digital and the soft skills, as well as how you approach the lifelong learning aspects so you can get them out skilled, are hugely important. Ulises, before, on this last point, before we go to the last question and Q&A, what do you think, in terms of skill building, obviously there's a massive gap. What do you think Gen Z are looking for in terms of skills that will actually help employers here retain them?
When I talk with my peers, they tend to automatically say digital skills because are the ones that the job market requires the most when applying for a job. But I'm also biased, but unlike Elena, I would say soft skills. We're talking about the eruption of generative AI and technologies. I mean, digital skills tend to change and evolve, but soft skills are always the same. Collaboration, effective communication, creative thinking, we can say many. And I think that with these advancements of technology, we need to focus on what makes us humans, which are our interactions and relationships, especially when we're talking about a generation that started their job journey in the pandemic with no in real life office interaction, just like Michael mentioned at the beginning, like work management, interacting with the manager, with a client, and not having those in real life office interactions has a deep impact on soft skills, especially the social skills. So I would focus on creative thinking and critical thinking because I think those are extremely key to make us unique.
Yeah, they're ultimately what make us human and differentiate us from what will be automated. Last question, just quick 60-second view, so we can have a bit of time for Q&A. What advice would you give either to Gen Z or to employers in this room who are employing Gen Z based on challenges they're going to face in the next 5 years? Who wants to go first?
I can start. I would advise both of the groups patience. I mean, we know that Gen Zs, we are quite impatient towards status quo, but we see that other generations are still trying to understand us, and they will make mistakes along the way. And just as we expect them to be patient with us, I think we gotta be open as well and patient as well. So I think it's a two-way patience, openness relationship.
Great one.
I would say, I guess the question really is around why is this important, right? And I think for organizations, why is this topic so important? And it's not that organizations are doing it because they're benevolent and they want to do a nice thing. Actually, that's part of it, but the big part is that it's got to be good for their customers, it's got to be good for their shareholders, their bottom line. And so I think there's a big piece around if you do not engage a segment of your workforce, you're going to lose out and you're going to lose the war for talent. And I think that's why this is so important, and it works both ways. You want employees that are engaged and hungry and curious and all the things that we talked about. And we want organizations to do their part to create an environment where people want to come and they want to stay and they want to really contribute to the organization's success as well.
Important, great one.
So my advice is don't be afraid to think outside of the box when you're building your policies or practices or reviewing them. think about how they can be entirely different. Just because it's the way it's always been doesn't mean it's the way it has to be.
And I would say that you can be the boss. Think both within the job you might have or that you aspire to, that actually you're building skills that you could use if you feel you've got the drive, the motivation, the possibility to set up your own business. Because globally, there are more young people who need jobs than jobs that are available. So you can be the one to make it happen.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go to the audience. I see a question right up here, right in the front.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the session and the moderator and the panelists for this is a very critical session. You are talking about Gen Z, and we are talking about zettabyte, which is 21 and 21 zeros after one, which is the data, the revolution of data. The world reached the zettabyte in 2016, exponentially increased from 2000. At 2000, it is just 5 exabyte. And it's increased exponentially each year, and we reach 130 zettabyte, 130 zettabyte. Till 2030, we are expecting that we reach the yottabyte, which is cannot be imaginable, 1,000 zettabyte. So if it's hesitant, we are now in the Z generation, we are coming to the U, the Gen U generation. And now everybody talking about the AI, the age of AI. From 2015 till 2022, the whole globe talking about smart cities. Until 2018, AI starts up. 2022, no word above AI. Smart cities has to stop and they have to follow the AI. If your data is not ready for AI, you are not ready for AI. So your data has to be governed, data governors. And data governors has to be complied with 191 international standard. And I don't think that the government organization or the private sector is doing the data governance. And if it's not done, the whole operation in Gen Z or the old before Gen Z, they cannot operate properly. If we go to the genome project consists of 3 billion genes for each person, and they are now talking about personalized medicine. If there is one mistake in one data, it has a severe negative consequences on the person. So data governance has to be done. So I want to know now, from your experience, do you do the data governance in your operation? Thank you.
So your question is, who does the data governance in the different stories? You mean outside of Gen Z, just in general? Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick off. Yeah, look, I think it's a fantastic question because I think with AI in particular and what's happening there and this whole notion about data governance, that is like a fundamental principle because it's all about trust, right? If you break trust, you lose your starting point. And it could be with your employees in terms of the data that you're managing there, or with your customers and some of the products that you're selling. So for us at MasterCard, we have a whole team that actually focus on responsible AI and data principles. We look at data governance all the time. We have regular reviews around this. I think it's a fantastic, but it's one of those ones that it's not just you start today and you finish tomorrow. It has to be embedded in everything that you do. You have to constantly check. And if there are parts where data governance has been breached, you need to correct it and find a way. So you've got to have the risk management as well to ensure that you're focused on this. But I think it's an excellent question for us, as an industry and as human capital practitioners as well.
I agree, and just tying it back to what Ulises and Elena and the others were saying, increasingly, as we go through the AI acceleration and technology revolution, the human critical thinking is going to be important, right? Not on the data governance side, obviously, but also on seeing where some of the mistakes are, seeing where some of the holes are, seeing where the hallucinations are. Do we have time for one more question? I see a number of other hands. Would a quick one be okay? Can we go to you? Sorry. A very quick one, though. We have a minute left.
Hi, this is Iyad Yaqub, former coach at Stanford University. So I ran a survey on 16,000 Gen Zers, and I found out that there are two things define a generation: live views and access to technology specifically. Have you seen any differences between Gen Z in the US or the Western world and Gen Zs in the Arab world? Thank you.
They're incredibly consistent. And so I would say there are small differences. For example, the adoption of a generative AI in the Western world is lower than the adoption of generative AI in Saudi and UAE and India, et cetera, partially because the populations skew younger here. So among Gen Z, you see very high usage, but that usage is different between countries in the Middle East versus, let's say, countries in the West. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I think we're out of time. Thank you for being here today, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
stage program will commence shortly. The next transformation stage session is about to begin. Please take your seats. The next transformation stage session is Unleashing Human Potential by Building a Policy Framework for Technological Empowerment. Please welcome to the stage Rudolf Lohmeyer, partner at Kearney.
Yes, you introduce it first and then... Yeah. Thank you very much. Is the audio working? Shall we begin? My name is Rudolf Lohmeyer. I am a partner with the consultancy Kearney. I have the privilege of leading our think tank in the region, the National Transformations Institute. And we're very pleased to be with you here today to take on, I think, the question that is arguably as important as any question that will be discussed at this event, seriously, which is, can technology help us close the gap between the levels of education that our young people need to thrive in this economy and the pace of change around them? And we have a remarkable couple of gentlemen here with us. I'd like to begin by asking Andreas Schleicher to introduce himself. Please, sir.
My name is Andreas Schleicher. I'm Director for Education and Skills at the OECD. We do those kinds of international comparisons that you may be familiar with, like the PISA assessment of student outcomes.
My name is Marco Vasconi. I'm a partner with Kearney in the Middle East, and I focus on human capital development, mostly education and labor. Great. So we will start with a short presentation. We will not go too deep. We're just going to be 10 minutes max, and then we'll open up for the discussion with Andreas and Rudolf. Just to introduce the topic, we will be talking about the role of human capital development in general. I will talk about the challenges within that, and then we'll look into some of the new and emerging technologies in human capital development, and what are some of the challenges related to that, and what governments can do. And that will lead us into the discussion about policy making, what policies can governments think about to really harness the power of technology.
And Marco, if I may, and for folks in the back, it's quite noisy behind you. Please feel free to come. It'll help us also if you come sit closer in. Number of empty seats here. Thank you so much. Sorry, Marco, please.
Right. So, of course, education, human capital development is one of the key long-term determinants of economic prosperity and growth. And it does that by, of course, improving the skills matching and better adaptability to the labor markets. Once you have better matching between the skills, the output of the education system and the labor market, you can get better productivity, a better allocation of resources, better innovation, and then that leads to, of course, economic competitiveness and resilience. And that's very important because we know that education is one of the best investments that governments can make in terms of public investments, and it has a good rate of return. Of course, it requires a long-term vision. So some political systems, governments that are fairly stable can take a long-term view, have an advantage when it comes to education and getting the good return on investment in education. Now, there are, of course, some issues, some challenges that the education system are facing, and mainly related to access and to outcomes. When it comes to access, it's really about financial barriers, some socioeconomic disadvantages across society, the rural versus urban divide, of course, and of course there are physical barriers around infrastructure. Now, why is this important? Because we know that around 20% of the world's youth today is out of school, and that has a huge impact on the potential of countries to really get that determinant to economic prosperity and economic growth. When it comes to outcomes, like learning outcomes, education attainment, and the readiness of skills for the labor market, this is also very important because what we know is employers face challenges with graduates that are not ready for the labor market. They don't have the skills that are needed really in the labor market. So there's a whole trend to make the education output more relevant and closer to the industry. And we saw also recently in the recent PISA results that there was a general sort of small decline in the standardized test scores across the board. And that can also be a little bit of a hint on the discussion about the role of technology that we saw during the pandemic and how that can augment, whether that's ready yet or not to augment the learning in the education system. Now, of course, there are some drivers that you can play with to improve the outcomes, whether it's access or the outcomes of education. And you get the engagement of students, the curriculum, and also the educator's role. Now, these are not new and they're not exhaustive. There are other drivers, of course, but we'll focus on these three, and we'll focus on what technology can do in these three that is innovative and new that has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. When it comes to engaging students, we know there are immersive, more engaging technologies, AR, VR, gaming apps, and also personalized and adaptive learning. These are all things that also we'll talk about later that are making some big differences in the market in specific countries more than in others. When it comes to curriculum as well, the curriculum has not changed much in the 20th century. It started changing in the last 15, 20 years, and we see some major changes happening, adapting more closely to the labor market. When it comes to educators, again, the figure of the educator has not changed much for the majority of the last century, but it's changing now, and technology is really being able to adapt and to augment the role of the teacher and the educator across multiple areas. And what that does is it frees up time for the teacher and the educator from administrative tasks, and it focuses the educator on the core function of education, which is spending time with the students and enable them to learn. Now, of course, this is accelerated to an exponential level when it comes to artificial intelligence. And we know that there's been, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, huge advances in artificial intelligence, and this can really make a difference when it comes to addressing some of the challenges that we saw before. We can really have much better and economical access to education, and that will limit the disparities within countries, across countries, within cities even. And also when it comes to learning outcomes, AI can really take the technology to another level because of this human-like interaction and this interactivity that was, and adaptability that was not there until recently in the education space. Now, there are some examples here. We're not going to go through all of them, but to take maybe one example, the Khan Academy intelligent tutoring system. This is a great example of how you can have a human-like experience for students. And we know this is important because the students that go through one-to-one tutoring, and if you look at the traditional, compared to the traditional classroom, they have a better performance in standardized tests by a factor of 2 sigma. So it's quite substantial what you can do with intelligent tutoring. And we'll talk about some example of that with Andreas as well later. Now, of course, this is at the micro level. When we take this to a more macro level, at the country level, we see there are some countries that are more ready than others when it comes to harnessing the power and the benefit of technology and AI. And of course, the if the physical and ICT infrastructure is at a certain level, that's already a prerequisite for being there. And then if the learning outcomes are already quite high, then those countries that you see in the top right quadrant are very primed to really accelerate the growth and really solidify their learning outcomes, their impact. But there are also countries that have solid ICT infrastructure, that have the means and the resources in place, and technology can really help them leapfrog to some extent when it comes to learning outcomes.
If they can get their institutions and their policies right.
Exactly. And that's the key topic of the session that we'll discuss today. So, but there are some barriers to technology, right? Technology is not something that is happening all at once everywhere and it's changing the world in no time. There are several barriers. There's market fragmentation, there's capital investment that is lagging behind, and also there are some issues around human capital to design and develop technology solutions. When it comes to the education system, some of the issues there around procurement practices, that inhibit to some extent the adoption and the scaling of education technology. Curriculum integration, of course, very important, and also the quality assurance as well. So we'll go into some of these now. So when we see the education technology market is highly fragmented, it's not a mature technology market. There are no big players really that have taken a huge market share. There's no standard of quality yet. It's still very much work in progress. And we see that also is reflected in the funding rounds. So the sector is underinvested from a VC funding perspective. We see the majority of the funding is not happening in digital technology. It's capturing a very small portion of the funding from VCs. And we know also from a human capital perspective, most of the technology that is developed today does not involve educators. It's mostly tech people and bankers and so on that see an opportunity and they want to develop it. There are some examples, of course, where educators are more involved in the design and the development of the education solutions, but that's not happening as much. And we've seen this talking to incubators, talking to startups across the world, and it's quite an important aspect to keep in mind. When it comes to more the education system perspective, this is more about education development and deployment or adoption. So when it comes to procurement, I'll give an example. We worked and we spent a lot of time in South Africa, and we met a lot of incubators and startups there. And what they were telling us is that to get their solution out into the market, they had to go school by school. So the procurement practice was not done at a more aggregated level. So for them to develop a solution and having to go school by school, talking to the leadership, the principal, and then the teachers, and convincing them that the solution was good, was affordable, and was going to create a lot of value, was very difficult. And that's one of the reasons why there's underinvestment in this sector, and there is also a lot of fragmentation. We see also that technology is happening, is getting integrated into the curriculum, but maybe not to the extent that we think it is. And part of it is also the practice that teachers, educators have to cover the curriculum. So they're measured by curriculum coverage still today. They're not measured necessarily by how much learning outcomes they're achieving with their students. And that's a challenge when it comes to integrating something new that is not something you've been prescribed to before. And again, it goes back to the procurement problem, right? Once you've found a solution that is good, then you have to go back and procure it. So the whole thing takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort. And when it comes to quality control, there is still today, the frameworks have not been fully adapted to capture digital education as well. So what does that mean? And this was really leading to the discussion that we're going to have today with Rudolf and with Andreas. There are different options of what government can do, and it's really an interplay between government and the private sector. Governments, on the one hand, can take a more market-driven approach and just lay down the conditions and some of the rules for playing in the space, and then the private sector, entrepreneurs and innovators will develop solutions, fight it out, compete, and then the best solution will win and capture a larger market share. And then over time, probably like a couple of decades, we will see then big market players that have established solutions that are proven, they're established, they're trusted, and they have the impact that is desired, and they're affordable, they're integrated into the curriculum and into the journey, and it's seamless. That's going to take time. And that might be good for some countries, but maybe not for some other countries. On the right hand, you have more of a active role that the government can play, where the government can not only lay down the rules and the conditions, but can start playing an active role in maybe incubating or centralizing some of the solution development and then deployment into the market. And that depends also where you are as a country, where you are as a government, and also what sort of power normally the government has in driving the private sector. So in summary, we've seen that education technology can play a big role in addressing some of the key challenges, access and learning outcomes, but there's still some barriers that we see, and then the question is really, that we're going to open up now, is really more about what can government do, how can government interplay with the private sector to really harness the power of technology in education.
Thank you, Marco. Thanks for setting the stage for us. Andreas, a question for you that runs contrary to all of the slides that Marco just presented. If technology is so ubiquitous and so powerful, right, we hear it. I came back from Davos, and I can tell you that even the hot dog stand has an AI branding. It's all AI. Everything is AI. And if it's proliferating and it's so intelligent, maybe government and traditional education is passé. I mean, do we still need to invest in traditional education if this technology will be so amazing? Sir.
You know, I agree. You know, technology holds incredible power to transform education. And you can see good examples across the world. But, you know, public policy is always going to be the key differentiator. You know, technology can make learning more inclusive. You know, it can, you know, adapt your learning, make it more interactive. Special education is a great example where technology really goes towards people. And while you study mathematics, a computer can figure out how you learn and then, you know, respond to you. I think that's very, very clear. So that's one of the potentials. But at the same time, you know, it can also amplify all sorts of inequalities. During the pandemic, we have seen how technology becomes the great divider. No? Technology can, you know, super empower teachers as designers of incredible learning environments, or it can disempower them to become administrators of scripted learning environments. Now, AI can, you know, help us reduce bias. It's an incredible tool to make us aware of, you know, our actions and giving feedback and all of that. But it can also entrench bias and magnify it. Now, in that sense, you know, technology is not a magic power. It's just an incredible amplifier, an amazing accelerator. It's going to amplify good ideas and good practice, and it's going to amplify bad ideas and bad education practice. And this is where public policy comes in, actually, to create a level playing field, to create a level of interoperability. And if you look around the world, where you have an active engagement of public policy, technology is amazing. Where you don't have that, you have a mess. You have a patchwork of solutions that are not, you know, speaking to each other, where teachers confront 6, 7 applications every day that do not, you know, work coherently. So I do think, you know, actually public policy isn't becoming less important. It's actually becoming a lot more important, a lot more sophisticated in the digital age.
Thank you so much. Fascinating. Administrators of scripted learning. We all know that that's the last thing we want for our children, and we know that's a risk with technology. Marco, what about your thoughts? So why do we still need traditional education if the technology is as powerful as it is?
So this is, of course, one of the key questions, and it's a provocative question, of course. And we were asked, actually, this question a couple of years ago by some of the policymakers, do we still need schools? Do we still need teachers? And the answer is, well, for the foreseeable future, for sure you still need to have schools and teachers. And I think when you look at what UNESCO is doing, when you look at what some of the other countries are doing, the US, UK, with their departments of education, the US Office for Educational Technology as well, they're really focused on a human-centric view of technology, or what we call human in the loop. To some of the things that Andreas was saying, the risk is that the educators and the administrators become only, you know, administrators of tools that are making decisions for them. And that's potentially quite problematic, especially in the nascent time of education technology and AI. Trust in the solutions and the recommendations that come out of AI tools for education is very important. And that needs to be clarified, that should be the focus. I think human-centric view of the relationship between educators, leaders in education institutions and AI solutions is very important.
Yeah, maybe, I think the bottom line is that learning is not a transactional business. It's always a social and relational experience. The things that we remember from school are the ones where we interacted with people. And I think technology can actually facilitate those kinds of interactions, but not replace them. But on your question, I think, we may not need teachers as instructors. No, that may be done a lot better by technology, but we need them certainly as good coaches, as good mentors, as good facilitators, as creative designers of great learning environments. I don't think teachers are going to be replaced by AI ever, but they may well be replaced by teachers who are very good at using AI. That's, I think, the real point.
100%. I mean, we see this in every application of AI where there is some displacement, but what's much more common is to change the task composition of jobs. And so the one thing we know with certainty is that almost every job is going to have the ability to leverage and deploy technology, but not be reliant on it. And by the way, in our consulting lives, we see this. I mean, AI, analytically, getting to answers can be effective, but in our consulting projects where we're trying to make something happen, that involves human beings in networks and systems and in complex interaction, following results through like a child's learning journey, Andreas, as you described. That requires human care across rooms and homes and transit. It's nothing, there's no supercomputer floating by the side of a child that could ever do it. So given that that's true, if I may, then where are you seeing, Andreas, some of the most powerful applications of technology that are helping?
Yeah, I think the most obvious application area is personalization. Again, while you learn, computers figure out how you learn and then respond to your learning needs. It gives you ownership over what you learn and how you learn and where you learn and when in your life you learn. And I think that's the big differentiator. We are no longer passive consumers of prefabricated lessons. We can actually shape our own learning pathways. I think that's the first thing. The second part, and that's close to my heart, is accreditation. I believe that one of the biggest mistakes we made in education was to divorce learning from assessment. We ask you to pile up many, many, many years of learning, and then one day we call you back and say, now tell me everything that someone ever told you, and do it in 1 hour. And we call it an exam, and that is what's made learning and teaching so superficial. Now with technology, we can completely reintegrate learning and assessment. While you learn, you get that appraisal, you get that feedback. It helps students learn better, it helps teachers teach better, it helps systems to become more effective. I think those feedback loops are an incredible power of technology. Simulations, if you look at augmented reality, virtual reality, why would you want to listen to a teacher to tell you about the result of a scientific experiment when you can do that in a virtual laboratory? So it puts the agency to students, augmented reality, virtual reality. In the area of vocational education and training, we can give students, up-to-date knowledge, give them sort of real-time simulations. I think that's an incredible kind of power. So I do think this is how education technology can transform learning. I give you 2 examples that I've come across. One was actually in Shanghai, in China. I watched, a class learning calligraphy, primary school, and that's, the biggest headache of Chinese teachers. We struggle with 30 characters, and they have to learn 4,000. And it's not just a technique, it's an art. So the students were drawing the characters on their tables. In their tables, they had scanners. On their table, they had their mobile phone that was giving them real-time feedback on the quality of the drawing. In front, the teacher could see how different students learn differently and then configure the students, call the students to the whiteboard, we're working on most interesting solutions. And, at the end of the day, the teachers didn't have to mark up homework because it's all done in real time. That's the one thing. Second thing, Korea, the digital tutors, students no longer in the classroom have to raise their hand and ask a question. They can look things up in the digital tutor. The advantage is the tutor has followed them through their learning pathway. So actually, becoming a companion to your learning ways. You can do your homework on your mobile phone and the teacher can see it, you can see it. The system understands how students learn. I mean, these are incredible possibilities that we now see emerging. But once again, they do not fall from the sky. They happen because there is a good level playing field. There's a high degree of interoperability. There are the kind of regulatory environments that ensure that we reconcile data protection with free flows of data. It's a very, very tough task for public policy. And there are just a handful of countries in the world which are up to this task currently. That's, I think, where the trouble is now.
Fantastic. Thank you. Marco, where have you seen technology making the biggest difference?
I think if I can make a brief addition or comment to what you say, I absolutely agree, especially in understanding how students learn. That's fundamental. And when we look at how students learn, and there's a great book about this called The End of Average, and I recommend everybody to pick up the book. Basically, the whole system and the education sector has been really tailored and designed for the average student. And this is not just for the education sector, but it's for most of the sectors. And so when a teacher gets a classroom, normally it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Some students that are like far ahead and they're probably going to be bored and disengaged with the material. Some of the students that are a bit behind, and normally, again, the teacher needs to cover their curriculum. So it's going to have some patience, but maybe not enough to really be able to pick them up and enable their learning. And then there's some students that are going to fall right in the middle, and they're going to have a good experience. So where technology and AI can help is really in screening and understanding how students learn, how fast they learn, and then with that information, enable the teacher to make better decisions when it comes to interventions with both students that are either bored and disengaged or students are falling behind and need extra help. One example, we worked with a gifted education entity at some point, and there was a study that was done about gifted students. They took the top 10% of the gifted students, and within that small group of very highly intelligent, talented students, there were some strong variations. And within that group, you had still the same dynamics. Some of the students were disengaged and bored, and some of them were being left behind. So that tells you how complex human nature is, and human understanding and learning is, and why you need more data points that are really getting to the core of how students learn, and that would enable teachers to make better decisions in terms of their education. Yeah.
And by the way, before we get to a few policy interventions, Andreas, I can't resist asking you in that context about some of the technology you've seen that look at engagement, that monitor. You mentioned a South Korean example.
Yeah, you can look at AI-based classroom observation. This actually impressed me most. And the technology was actually relatively simple. You had 4 cameras in the classroom, but after 1 hour, the teacher could get a readout of the quality of interactions with every student. Where students got bored, where they got interested, where they got, advanced, where they got stuck, and it was an incredible kind of assessment, feedback for the teacher. And in fact, what they told me is that after 1,000 of training lessons, the system got better than the National Inspectorate. It got better than qualified school inspectors visiting the classroom. And it was personal to the teacher, interactive to the teacher. I think this is really where technology can, super empower our learning environments.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Marco, Andreas mentioned that there are a handful of countries that are really finding that intersection point to have highest levels. But there are a lot of other countries, as we found out in our analysis, that are robust and ready technologically, but have not been able to deploy the technology into the education system. For countries in that position, what is the priority?
Well, if you think about those countries, we live in a world of global competition, right? And a competition for resources, for talent, and talent is one of the big and most important resources. For countries that have the infrastructure and the resources and the means to make investments, you can think about it in 2 ways. And again, to the point that we mentioned before, If you leave it up to the market to take care of it, and the market is very fragmented, there's underinvestment, and there's little traction when it comes to the go-to-market strategies and a pathway for a lot of these innovations. On the other hand, the government can play a big role in first laying down the foundations and the rules for the private sector to play a role and to innovate. And that requires that you identify and you structure a market for the startups and the innovators so that they can see that this is worth their time, the investors' money, and so on and so forth. And in some cases where the government wants to make stronger leaps or faster progress, the government could also play more of a centralized role where it gathers the private sector together and it starts incubating together with the private sector to develop solutions that can have an impact in the education sector. That's something that we've not seen yet to a large extent. I think most governments are playing more of a laissez-faire role, and you see this in the fragmentation of the market and the underinvestment in the sector. But if you are a policymaker and you want to make a difference in a shorter period of time, there is some argument to be made to play more of a cohesive role with the private sector, but a stronger role where the public sector really enables and gets the effort of the private sector under one umbrella, potentially.
Just a couple, I very much agree with this, but to add a couple of points to this. The first is, why does WhatsApp or Facebook or WeChat work? Because we have a common platform. We do not invent and reinvent each our own platforms, and that's what we lack in education. Most education systems do not have anything like a kind of national infrastructure for this. If your railways would be of different sizes, nothing would connect. And I think this is the problem that we have. And it creates enormous frustration among teachers. Things are not compatible, a lack of interoperability. We can't harness the data. Artificial intelligence doesn't work without big data. And big data means, you have to share data across institutional powers. But our schools are firewall. This, I think, is a very, very important part that we lack the kind of governments invest in the technology, but they do not invest in the infrastructure to make it actually work. And nor in the kind of, you already raised the point of procurement. You have to have, as a company, you have to have an army of salespeople to reach 1 million schools or 1,000 schools. And that, of course, is only possible for very big companies. It makes it impossible for startups to actually play a role in this. So I think that's the first part. But the second part is easily overlooked, where teachers are not at the heart of the design of those technologies. You don't see them actually being good at implementation. And that is what we often overlook. We think, you can just buy this stuff, put it in the classroom, it will work. But when you look at the countries that are really, really good at that, teachers are part of the research, teachers are part of the design, teachers are part of the experimentation, and it's actually valued part of teachers' work to be, part of this process of technology implementation. And I do not know any education system that has been successful in technology deployment that has not also be really good in building the human infrastructure for it. No.
I'm sure. And a follow-up question, Andreas, which is, how can governments get the balance? So we know that we need the private sector to drive innovation. In fact, I would argue we need market forces, we need competition. But how can countries get the balance between what government needs to do, not killing the private sector, rather harnessing it to its ends?
Yeah, I think an obvious role for governments is standardization. When you buy a television set, you plug it in anywhere where you are, and it works in 5 minutes. That's not true for EdTech, because we do not have shared standards. We do not, and that's something I don't think, which governments can do in cooperation with industry. But at the end of the day, in the interest of the public good, someone has to set those kinds of standards, whatever they are. And I think that's a clear kind of thing. I do think, on the procurement front as well, I think we can have clearer guidelines, clearer kind of frameworks that will actually not be a barrier, but encourage meaningful competition. Let's be honest, at the moment we have a very monopolistic environment in the EdTech field because we have a lack of competition, a lack of a level playing field. So I do think actually governments can do a lot to create a more level playing field, to encourage meaningful competition, and also a more entrepreneurial culture. in education. We have a very compliance-based culture in education, but we do not recognize those people who bring in new ideas, and I think that's a good starting point for that.
Now, wouldn't we think, forgive me for going off script a bit, but wouldn't the EU be naturally positioned to lead on the logic of the EU would speak to common platforms that we can all tailor as we need to? Do you think, where does the EU stand on this, and to what extent are they in a position to set an example that others can leverage?
You know, honestly, the higher the level of aggregation where you can define those standards, the better. If we had global standards, that would be the best. If we had, EU standards, that would be great for the European Union. The problem is that education is often viewed as a domestic field of public policy. So you have a country that says, no, I don't want this, or a region in the country says, I don't want what the country does. And I think that's really where we're not serving the interest of students, we're not serving the interest of educators, we are just serving the interests of, entrenched institutional structures.
Couldn't agree more. Marco, just a next question, if I may. We've talked now about the benefits, although Andreas touched on the risks. For policymakers, what are the risks? What are the risks of getting this wrong?
Well, for policymakers, and the big risk for policymakers not getting this wrong is that you don't get the value from all of this activity that is in the market, and you don't get the upgrade in the learning outcomes that will eventually translate into economic prosperity and the growth in the society. That's the big risk, right? That's a big sort of, if I do nothing, that's what's going to happen down the road, and you will find out only 10, 20 years later when you're probably going to be behind other countries that have made more concerted efforts in that space. But there are also more other tangible risks that policymakers need to take into account when they're designing policies for harnessing the power of technology in education. One of them is what we were discussing before. What is the role of human control and the role of machine control when it comes to decisions about learning and about also administration, but more importantly, learning? Where does this stop? And how can you develop trust in the solutions so that everybody, all the stakeholders, the educators, the parents, and the students, and so on, trust what comes out of these machine learning models and systems? So that's fundamental in how you can then get adoption of this technology. You have to establish the trust in this and in the decision making, and you have to balance and define where human control is going to still be needed and where you can sort of delegate to the machine in terms of making decisions. And what you want, this is what you were saying at the beginning, right? You could amplify good decisions, you could amplify bad decisions as well. And that's a big risk that policymakers need to be taking care of. But the other, just to close on the risk, and then I'll let you hear your thoughts. Of course, there are other issues. One of the other issues is data privacy. These new technologies are much more captive. They capture a lot more data from the users than other original technologies where it was like more human-computer. This is more human-to-human-like interactions. So voice, photos, all that data will be then captured, and there's some data privacy concerns there that need to be handled as well.
Yeah, just to add one really obvious risk, and that is, if public policy doesn't get it right, people will just walk away. 20 years ago, you had a captive audience. School was the only place where you can learn science. Now you have plenty of alternatives, at least, when you have access to this. And I think this is going to happen. If school doesn't get this right, people will just, find different ways to learn, different places to learn, different resources to learn, and I think public policy should, take that to heart. If you would run a supermarket and not a school, and every day you find that from 100 customers, 30 walk out without buying anything, and you find this today, tomorrow, the year after, you would change your inventory. And we haven't done that, and I really think we are at a point where, by the way, the Korean example that I mentioned, that was the starting point. You had actually students in the morning sleeping in the school because in the afternoon they had all sorts of other educational services that were more relevant to them. And the government figured that out and said, well, let's bring those kinds of tools into the school and make school different. And I think it actually worked quite well, but I think this is a very, very serious risk that we have ignored for far too long.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. By the way, I was struck by earlier the challenge of fragmentation. We'll have a lot of not just national policymakers here, but policy implementers. And Andreas, your description of the definition of failure of school systems that are having fragmented, unintegrated solutions, the use cases that you singled out as being most successful all have common standards, many pieces fitting together elegantly. That fragmentation risk is, I think, the kind of thing that will make kids in the future, in some areas, decide not to go to the schools that are not able to deliver. So couldn't agree with you more, and I thank you for that. Let's close by quickly talking about obstacles and solutions. So what do you see? What would you single out? You've touched on it throughout this conversation as the primary obstacles for countries that want to harness technology to achieve educational outcomes, but it's keeping them from doing it. What are the biggest obstacles, and what would you say the highest priorities for addressing those? Marco, please, you first.
Well, education is a long-term play, right? So you don't see the results or the benefits in the short term. And that, even from a perception perspective, if you were to have a portfolio and you, as a government, and you decide where to put your investments, education sometimes, doesn't get the high priority because it's a long-term play and you get the benefit only in the long run. So the risk is that you have short-term or short-sighted leaders and among the policymakers that don't see this as a national priority. If you're thinking really strategically about what the future will look like and what are the ingredients, the determinants of your future economic prosperity as a country, as a society, human capital is probably the most important one. Away from natural resources and so on to just keep the country running. But human capital is probably the most important determinant. So having that acknowledgement and translating that into policies and action, that's what I see the biggest obstacle.
Andres, from your perspective, you've been in so many of these countries. What's the biggest obstacle?
Yeah, we always like to point fingers at others now, but maybe the biggest obstacle is, us, including parents. We get very anxious when our children no longer learn what was important to us, or when they learn in ways that we no longer understand. Now, I think we keep things frozen. Teachers like to teach how they were taught, not how technology teaches them how to teach. Now, I think this is, as a minister of education, you can lose an election when something goes wrong. You're not going to win an election over education for the reasons Marco outlined. It takes a long time to translate good ideas into better outcomes. So I think that kind of political economy of change is really, really tough in the field of education. That, I think, is the first obstacle. The second one is, I already highlighted, it's the human infrastructure in education. The kind of leadership that we have, not just leadership at the top, but the leadership that we have in the administration. This is about change management. This is about reconfiguring the space, the time, the people, the technologies, the relationships. It's all at stake on this. And I think that is hard to do. That requires leadership at every level. And again, it takes courage, it takes capacity, it takes teachers who are not only viewed as, implementers, but who are accepted and revered for the innovation they bring to the field. They are actually, being part of the innovation solution. I think if we overcome those barriers, I'm pretty confident. Why do I say this? Because those are the countries that are now successful with this. There is a good group of countries where we can actually see amazing transformations through technology. And by the way, in those countries, it's also important. Technology is often not so much visible, not distracting students, but it's present. It's the learning analytics, the feedback appraisal. It's not that students spend all their time on the screen. That could actually be detrimental. And another obstacle, but that actually the technology, helps us to integrate different learning. So I actually think we have a good chance to work on this, but the political economy is not straightforward. And unless, we understand those obstacles, we're not going to address them. It's like, a huge iceberg. We often see the tip, which looks all easy. It's about the technology, but 90% is under the waterline, and that is about the motivations, the attitudes, the fears of people in the system.
It's been argued that the most sophisticated technology in the world ultimately will be the least visible.
Yeah.
That it will disappear.
Yeah.
And the story you told about your experience in China and calligraphy, it seemed the technology was almost melting into the classroom. Before we turn to the final question, Andreas, tell us a bit more about these handful of countries that you think are most getting it right and why. Who would you really highlight for our attention?
Well, I think the countries that I consider way far ahead of others are Korea and China. parts of China, at least the parts of China that I know, and they are really, I think, on a different planet. When I look in Europe, I would highlight countries like Estonia. Estonia has always been good for the last 20 years on this. They are the digital kind of country in Europe. Countries like Denmark, Norway have made really good progress and shown that you can actually overcome some of those obstacles. And this is always what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the ones who have always done something well, but the countries that have actually shown us that transformation process. And I think they're really, really good examples. Canada, you have some provinces, Alberta, Ontario, that I think are on a good path of this. You might wonder why I have not mentioned the U.S. I think the U.S. is
I don't wonder.
The U.S. is the inventor of many of the best technologies, but not capable of deployment, and precisely because it has this kind of level of fragmentation that just
100%.
But I think there is huge potential there. But I think that is pretty much what we can see as successful examples. And then you have lots of, schools and local environments with amazing solutions. But if you ask me, what are systems that have, cracked that, it's those ones, and I don't know many others.
Fantastic. Okay, a closing question for you two and for each of us, and I just want to frame it. In the work that I do, we study the future. And studying the future requires, of course, studying history. And one of the most important concepts of historical analysis is the concept of a critical juncture. A critical juncture is a compressed period of history in which a disproportionate amount of structural change occurs. Institutions are fluid and fragmented. They are messy. And one of the defining characteristics, is that each decision that a country or a company or a person makes in that period carries longer-term implications. It's also a characteristic of them that people diverge, entities diverge, countries diverge. The nature of them is such that afterwards you see a clear divergence. And I think you both made a compelling case that human capital will be decisive in this regard. So now, your question. In this critical juncture in which we find ourselves, if you found yourself in front of a head of state, how would you make the case for making the hard, long-term decisions necessary to realize those things that these countries that are doing it well are getting right? How would you frame the case to a head of state about making that hard choice?
Well, in front of the head of state, I think the case is really about, for me, from my point of view, is about global competition. And even you don't have to go even global, but it can be regional competition. If human capital is the main determinant in the long run for economic prosperity and growth of society as well, then you have to take a competitive look at it, for sure. And you need to look at what other countries are doing around you, who you're competing with for that economic prosperity that, as we know, is not going to be equal across the world, right? It's not going to be equal within the country, it's not going to be equal across regions and within regions. So really it's about competition. And that, for me, would create that fire, that urgency for a head of state that hopefully has a long-term view on the country to really make some of these efforts that we were discussing before, to really be able to harness that power of the technology, and the technology really as a tool, as an augmentation of the experience that students and parents and educators have in the education space. So really it's about global competition, regional competition, local competition. That would be the main argument to make.
My dear sir, you get the last word. Same question to you. Make the case, because guess what? I think they might be listening. Please.
Yeah, I think it's actually easy to make an economic case. And I will start with this. Take this country, Saudi Arabia. If this country would get every student in school at least to the baseline of international standards, say level 2 on the PISA test, that would generate $17 trillion in additional economic output over the life of those kids now. So you have to dig a lot of oil to get anywhere close to those figures in today's kind of world. So your schools today is going to be economy tomorrow. And I think that's a case that you can build on very robust evidence. But I would go beyond that. And, my concern is not so much the economic future. My concern is, the future of humanity. If you look at the economic polarization we see in our world, the social polarization, the political polarization, the cultural polarization that we see, it all comes down to inequality and educational opportunity. And you can deal with the economic polarization. Taxes are a great tool. You take money from the rich, you give it to the poor, and you solve that problem for the moment. Money doesn't help you addressing cultural polarization, civic polarization, political polarization. And when people have the feeling, I can no longer participate meaningfully in our societies, our economies, and you do have those people. Those people actually become very violent and so on. They have no longer the means to participate in our societies. That polarization will kill us before economic polarization kills us. And I do think, as a state leader, you have the tools to address it. For the first time, and this is where technology is so powerful, for the first time in human history, we have that possibility to give everyone an excellent education. In the past, resources were constrained, only a few could benefit. It was a very kind of tailor-made experience. Today, with technology, we can give those tools to everyone. And if we don't do, we can estimate what the consequences are.
Bravo, bravo, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to these brilliant colleagues. As my grandmother would say, Matthias, from your lips to God's ears. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
transformation stage program will commence shortly.
capacity, right? Sound system is also different versions that get played from our own disco, which we call sound system.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. The transformation stage program is about to begin. The next transformation stage session is about to begin. Please take your seats. The next transformation stage session is Advancing the Impact of Women on National Development. Please welcome to the stage Professor Abia Al-Harbi, the head of the WPD Index Committee at the National Observatory for Women.
Hello. All right, good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you to our session, which is about indexes and numbers and how are women doing through these numbers. With me is Dr. Hana Maibid. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hana Al-Maibid. I'm a researcher at the LSE Middle East Center in London and a consulting fellow at the Chatham House in the UK. I work also as the VP of Research at a Saudi research institute called the Arab Institute for Women's Empowerment, or NUSF, and have done quite a bit of work looking at women and empowerment throughout the kingdom and the GCC as a whole.
Great. So I'm going to present a little background about the National Observatory for Women and the index that we developed there. Then we can discuss some of the analysis of these numbers. Okay, so in 2017, when the vision was announced, there was 11 or more even programs that required women to be part of the numbers that were and the projects that were given. Some of them wanted to increase the women participation in many new sectors and jobs, and some of them wanted to reduce unemployment. And of course, the numbers that were produced by international indices were not really reflecting how Saudi women are doing in specific. So for us, professors at King Saud University and at Noura University, we thought that we can do something about that. We are part of that data, yet we don't see the numbers reflecting our exact status. So the only way to do this is to measure the status quo. Where are we standing now? How can we achieve these vision requirements for women? And how do we improve ourselves on that? And this was our motivation. We made a think tank called the National Observatory for Women. It's not only for measuring, but also it has specific studies that are towards improving the status of women. The first thing we did is we did some benchmarking on how women are doing internationally, and then how are they doing in Saudi Arabia. And we found that 50% of our graduates are females, but they are seeking jobs. And it's we can say an unemployment, but they're educated. They all have degrees, yet they are not finding themselves in the job market. And that was a problem that needed to be examined, needed to be tested. We had, in theory, so many things, but in practice, the numbers were not showing up. So the think tank started in King Saud University the first year. In 2017, we were meeting every Thursday, thinking about how we can do an index, a composite index that measures all the aspects that affect women and how they go to the job market. Are they looking in the right places? Do they have the right skills? Do they need support? This is what we needed to know. And the only thing you can do that is by numbers, by collecting the right numbers and by influencing decision makers to the right policies that can support women. And this can be done by mathematics, that's my specialty, and my friends in statistics and computer science and all of that. So it's in-house. We are all professors, Saudi professors who studied in this system. Some of us had scholarships, but some of us studied here, and we know we can diagnose the problem by ourselves. And our mission was to get these numbers right. So the first thing when we benchmarked, how do we make a composite index, we looked at the international indexes. HDI, Human Development Index, at the UNDP. We looked also at the GGI, Gender Gap Index, in the Economic Forum. They all had nice aspects, and they could collect the information that we need, but something was missing. We needed to customize it. We needed to have it done for us to measure what we really need. And this is what we did. We designed an index that we called it the Women Participation in Development Index. It consists of 5 major pillars. We are talking about education, health, economic, legislative, and the last pillar that we added that was not in the benchmark is social. For us in Saudi Arabia and for women living in this area, we know that some of the social aspects affect us, and some of the specialities we don't go into because of social restrictions. And this is what we wanted to measure. To measure this, we had a survey, a national survey, that we conducted, sponsored by Al Walid and conducted by the National Authority for Statistics. They helped us in going to the ground and asking the people. 36,000 families answered that national survey, and we got very good feedback. We had 60 questions. We asked the bold questions, the questions that are not in the statistics, because this is what we wanted. We wanted something that was not reflected in any other area. And this is the only way you can get to the truth. We conducted the studies. We evaluated also some programs that are already in some of the sectors, whether it's Ministry of Education or Labor. We want to see how are women being trained for the labor market. We monitored some of the practices, and we wanted the National Observatory for Women to be a think tank, and according to these numbers that we were measuring, recommend policy so that can improve our performance in the development. So what is the index? How is it composed? How did we make it? And as I said, our first benchmark was the GGI because it had all the 4 pillars that we needed, and we added the social. The first trial of the index had only the 4 pillars. We recalculated GGI for Saudi Arabia. And of course it was different from the one published because we have the local data. We went to the National Observatory, the National Authority for Statistics, and we got the real data from there, and we calculated. And that's what makes a difference. When you are local and you have the real data, the numbers will make sense then more. So after recalculating these indexes, we came up with our index that was customized to our needs and what we needed. Of course, we are only statistics and mathematicians, so we needed focus group with people who are specialists in that field. We went to the Ministry of Education, to Hiba, and we sat with the people experts from there. And why did we sit there? We wanted, what components do we measure? What really affects women participation in development? So they gave us the list that they think that will affect it. Also, we asked them to evaluate these components and give us weights, so that we can use these weights as expert weights to prioritize which of these components are more important for later on. And this is the first stage, focus groups. We had that done. The survey, the national survey was done, and the weight assignment, and we did a pilot test. And the numbers were robust. It was sensitive. We had some experts from UNDP, from OECD review our index. We also published it in a journal, Q1 journal, and it was approved. So we know that our index was scientifically proved, and the numbers that were coming out of it were analyzed, and the results were making sense. We also went to New York, to the UNDP, UN Women, CSW 63, and we presented the index, and we had very good feedback for that. We also presented it in OECD in Tunis in 2019, 2018. All of that the feedback we collected help us in improving the index. And the index in general, we used, the GGI was reflecting the index on 145 countries around the world. And it was giving standard deviation weights according to the differences between countries. We did this experiment on the 13th district of Saudi Arabia. So we had 13 districts. We were comparing the numbers there. We were averaging the 5 pillars in one index, which is the 0.70. But in each region, we had a number that is specific for this region. Why did we do that? We wanted best practice to be spread around. If there is knowledge, if there is a good practice somewhere, other regions can help each other, and we can have all Saudi women improve in their participation in it. So these are the different numbers from the different regions, and actually this map influenced some of the sectors to contact us. Al-Qasim contacted us because they wanted to know more details about their numbers, and we did a study for them. Also Asir, they asked to have more details about their numbers. Each region have their own needs, and they can use these numbers in the way they need. We also designed a website that is interactive, so that if a user or a researcher wants to study 2 pillars together, not the all 5, he can do that with the weights. You can adjust the weights as the user needs, and the results will come up. At the end of the day, the knowledge that we have, we wanted to pass it around to everyone. In fact, our index was used in the GCC countries. They contacted us and asked to measure the participation of women in the GCC. And we did that. We collected data from Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, all of these GCC states, and of course, they customized the index, so it only has 42 components instead of 56, the original one that we did for Saudi Arabia. So each pillar there are 5 pillars. Each pillar has a components inside it and prioritized by the experts. Or we can use standard deviation, or we can use equal weights. It's a choice for us to use. So the economic pillar measures the gap in the monthly wage, the number of workers in the private sector, public sector, the unemployment rate, the the vocational jobs, and of course the SMEs. We need to know how women are doing in these areas and how we can improve their contribution in the economics. And me and Hannah are going to discuss that even more, because as we attended yesterday and today, the jobs of the future are not really about degrees. It's no longer just a college degree, it's skills. So maybe we can help women by adding skills, reskilling, upskilling, and we can see these numbers coming up in the future. The education has 2 sections, the education outcomes and the infrastructure, and it measures different areas. Of course, we look at the international indices, and we try to have them included in our end. So at the GGI is only 12 components. The 12 components are contained in our index, but we added more so that we can have a sensitive test to it. Our index is sensitive, robust, beneficial to many areas, and we have tested it and played around with it so that we can make sure it's soundproof. The health pillar is the same as the SDG pillars, life expectancy, the maternal death, childbirth, so that we know we are aligned with the SDG components. The legislative is the most important one for us, because this is the one in the original index that was not scoring high. It was the lowest. I think it still needs attention. We need more women in leadership positions so that they can have more impact on the economy. in this one, in 23, we had to adjust some of the components because some of them were not relevant anymore. The 2019 components, some of them developed with us to the 23, but some of them did not. Depends on the, our region is constantly changing, and we need our index to be sensitive and also changing. As well as in this criteria, or on this pillar, there was a double. From 2019, it was 0.21. In 2023, it's 0.41. So it doubled. And that is good because we see many women ambassadors, vice presidents, CEOs, and we can see that these numbers that are assigned, we can see it reflecting in our index, which means that it is sensitive enough. The social pillar, this one, as I said, is only a survey. This year we did not repeat it because it's valid for 5 years probably, because you're asking people about some of the social aspects, and probably in 2 years it will not change. Also, we tested that. We went to Al Qasim area and we distribute the survey again. And we compared Al Qasim in 2019 and Al Qasim in 2023. And there was no difference in the social pillar. That's why we are sure that using it as is from 2019 is also valid. Of course, why we don't, going down to the people and asking takes hard time, and you need to be really professional in doing it. Also, you need sponsorship. Last time we had Al-Walid sponsoring it, but this year we needed more sponsors for it. So what are we measuring? We're measuring social capital. How much network does women have so that they can advance in the job market? Do they feel safe? Are they supporting each other or not in the community? And are there opportunity all open for them or not? Also, are they happy? The Happy Index is an international index. We've embedded it in our index as well. So this is the comparison between 2019 and 2023. There will be a conference that we will announce all the numbers for our, because this is only trial. These are trial numbers for the first 6 months of 23. So at the end of the year, we will have the full picture, and we will have a conference dedicated to the WPD index and the results and the analysis. So if we use 3 different weights, we can see that the expert weights is more reliable, and there is a 10% advancement and improvement from 2019. And this is very good progress for us. For us as designers of the index, we're very happy about that, but also for women in Saudi Arabia and how they improved in these past few years. So everyone can benefit from our index, its numbers. We live in the age of numbers, and numbers talk. But we're not really looking for only the number. We want to know the background story about the number. How can we improve it? Where do we improve it? And how can we have more impact on the economy in a positive way? So ministries have used private sector, public sector, NGOs, Al-Nahda have contacted us before and used the numbers. These are our partners and our associates. Of course, we cannot work without the General Authority for Statistics. They are the source of our data. We use only national published data. Also, the Family Affairs Council, they sponsored the first version of the index, and we are grateful for that. Al-Walid sponsored the first survey, and we have a lot of studies conducted with the human rights, with UN Women, CSW, and the G20. We attended a lot of the meetings with the G20 and OECD. And we are looking forward for any other collaborations internationally. So, as you can see, the WPD is an index that is useful for local. We compared 13 districts of Saudi Arabia, and we were able to see the variety and understand where we can improve. And that can be done inside any country. It can divide the sectors and work in a micro level and understand what is changing. Also, we can use it at a macro level where countries can compare each other in terms of improving women status and improving their contribution to the development. And this is was done in the GCC countries. So it can be used in any of the two levels. And this is our index. We are proud of it. It's in-house, and we are proud of that. The Saudi universities that produces this think tank and this index. Thank you so much. So, Hannah, what do you think? Let's discuss it.
Yes, let's discuss it. So first of all, I want to say, I mean, I've heard this story before, and I watched this presentation, one iteration of it, and I was very inspired by the index. Yes, we have the General Authority of Statistics, it's there, but it's not easy to tell the story behind those numbers. And I think what the potential of the observatory is, and this index is to really tell the story of women and the journey of women. And I think that that's really, it's a difficult task, but because of the pace of change and the amount of change that's happened, it's a really, really important task to tackle. And I think that, statistics will tell part of the story, and then we need to unpack that and really see what's happening and the feelings and the emotions and the connections behind those and how that plays out in the day-to-day. So my first kind of question before kind of even discussing this further is if you could tell us a little bit about how some of those statistics were really used to change reality on the ground and what kind of impact it may have had for some women in the kingdom.
Well, this was the motivation for us. We wanted to have numbers that decision makers can rely on and come up with policies that support women in the right way. They probably see the whole picture and they can relate things together. And when you give them a number, you highlight the problem, they can have issues. And this is what happened in our legislative pillar. It was just 0.13, and we were scoring the lowest in most of the countries around us. And what is it made of? It's made of how many ambassadors you have, how many vice presidents, and that number was not as high as it should be. When we highlighted that in 2019, now you see it in 2023, it's 0.41. And I hope that it will improve even more and more. So you never know. What our job is just publishing these numbers, but the policymakers use it and develop more about it. Al-Qasim area also, they asked us about the numbers, and they are using it now in making better policies for women in Al-Qasim. And this is the impact that we want to leave.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is, and we can talk about this a little bit later, but is what happens when you do have women in positions of power and why that's important, especially when you're thinking about the impact of women participating in development, and especially when you're thinking about human capabilities and developing those. But I think when we look at the economic indicators, and actually when we look at women's economic participation here in Saudi and how we've exceeded the target already, we went from the low teens to what we hoped to be 22%, and now we're over 34%, and it continues to increase, and we have more women working. But one of the key kind of downsides of more women at work is that we are forgetting that women actually do a lot of invisible work and a lot of unpaid work. Yes. And so we're celebrating these numbers, but we're not talking enough about some of the impacts of getting women into the workplace if the infrastructure around it isn't there to support women working, right? So some of the global statistics, globally, 75% of unpaid work is done by women. Yes. And that doesn't really decrease when the level of education of women increases. Actually, many women scientists are also doing most of the care work, the child care, the elderly care, and all of those things at home. And when you think about that, okay, so that's fine, that's just part of the day-to-day life. But actually, those are other hours on top of the hours in the workplace, right? And so there are negative impacts to that if we don't take that into consideration. Some of those negative impacts are related to, and it's been very well documented, this is related to anxiety and stress, but some of them are actually related to much more severe diseases like heart disease and lung disease. And so if a man works over 55 hours per week, that doesn't impact his health negatively, but it has severe impacts for women if they work over 40 hours a week. And those have been documented in multiple countries. There's a study out of the UK, one out of Sweden, and those are countries where they actually do celebrate having kind of equal levels of participation or very close to equal levels of participation. So I do think that it's important to recognize that and maybe even measure that. So I do believe that the index does look at unpaid work, and I'd love to hear how that played out in the data.
We have, in the social pillar, we have a question that says, are you doing any work that is unpaid? And the question was asked for both men and women. So we have statistics for that. So about 35% of women said yes, they are doing extra jobs. They're taking care of an elderly in the house. They're taking care of children. They volunteer in the community, in the family. So it's there, but it's not reflecting in the economy. But it's hours, and it's hours that goes from her time, from her health, and from her concentration. Also, sometimes they said women don't concentrate in the work as men do. Yes, because she has many things on her mind that she's thinking of. And she's a multitasker and trying to cooperate all of that together.
But a lot of times that happens because the social kind of dynamics are not set up to support women, right? She doesn't necessarily have to be thinking about all of those things if the burden of care was also shared by the men at home. And so I think that when we are celebrating the increased number of women at work, we also have to then re-examine what that means for family dynamics. And I do think that we need to start thinking about partnerships at home and how those need to evolve and maybe measure that a little bit more. But I also think, and this is something that we've talked about, is that we need to think about alternative ways of work, right? So we do want women participating in the labor market. This is incredibly important. More women working, if they want to, is great. But how can we make that work better? And I think that you had some solutions as well that we were talking about.
I think, I mean, women entered to the job market later than men. And all of let's say legislative or even the standards around us are made by men. So it's to comfort them. And now that we are entering, some of the changes we've seen, we're not going to deny that, but still it's to the favor of the men. The number of hours, a lot of things, a lot of details. You've seen a lot of studies, but still, we are fighters. We're still going there, and we're going to the same place and doing the work at the same hours. But I think there should be some adjustment to make it comfortable for both men and women, because it will impact the improvement and the achievement that they can do.
Right. So
I hope that
hybrid work, working from home, and all of these things. COVID kind of
COVID opened our eyes.
Exactly. That it can still work. It can still be positive, even if it's not necessarily everybody's preference, and there are probably some instances where it works better than others. But there's some really interesting work, just to pick up on that point, that's done by a researcher, Carolyn Perez, where she shows how most policies and actually workplaces and everything around us is designed with this default man in mind. And so it's not bias against women on purpose, but it's there because it was men that were designing a lot of these things. So it comes down to where your seatbelt sits in the car, to where the airbag will impact you because of height differences, to temperatures. So temperature within the workplace is set to a man's basal body temperature, which is warmer than women, so it's always a bit cold for women, and that does influence whether or not you can concentrate, whether or not you can be productive. So just understanding the kind of the bias that's in the data that's not necessarily intentional and tweaking it will make
things a lot more comfortable and accommodating for the women that are coming in. And it also goes to like parking spaces, but then it goes to bigger questions like maternity leave and spaces for women who are working that have young children that want to breastfeed and all of these other alternatives as well.
Yeah, and it's a global issue.
Absolutely.
You see, it's just raising the voice and letting the other side hear what are the needs. Can't come up with solutions for that.
Definitely, I think it's understanding that there is a bias, that it's embedded,
even if
unpacking that.
Even if it's unintentional bias, it still needs to be discussed and found.
And men and women together will benefit from adjusting for these biases because the workplaces will be more effective, right? There was another thing that we were talking about, and there was a piece I was telling you that I wrote with the LSE on women. It's called Women Without Waspa, specifically talking about women here in Saudi and how the connections and the social capital for women tends to be weaker. And you brought this up a bit in the presentation as well. So you think about the idea that there still is that old boys network. There are those conversations that happen بالمجالس when men are together, when they're having dinner together, and when women try and break into that, it's not a comfortable space for them a lot of the time. So unless you're getting fed that information and your name is coming up in those conversations, you miss out, right? You miss out on promotions, you miss out on opportunities in the workplace, and there needs to be something done to really increase and enhance that social capital, which so much research has shown that that is a key to development, really, is enhancing social capital. So I wondered if you wanted to speak to that a little bit.
I mean, they say it's not what you know, it's who do you know? And this is the basic truth in the work field. You have to know people, you have to know even executives, and this is what we are missing because our network is new, freshly entering to that area. So it's with time, probably it will improve. In our social pillar, we measured the social capital. We measured how women rely on each other, and that was a big number, 60%. We also measured, do they rely on family or friends or another third agent that can help us in when they have a financial problem.
Right.
And it was found that they do rely on family and friends.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be. It should be, there should be a system that helps women and men as well for the family's benefits.
Yeah. But I think that's a point that's important to note, that other kind of cultures, societies may not have the social cohesion that we have in Saudi, right?
Yeah.
So that's a benefit. But at the same time, because social cohesion tends to happen in pockets of people who know each other really well, if you don't have those weaker links where people can benefit from just this one person that you kind of know, then you do miss out on opportunities, right? So there's this idea within sociology that there's a lot of power in weak links because the ones closest to you might overlook you. Those connections are helpful, but it's the people that are further away that might actually be able to facilitate and open doors for you. And I do think that this is important to think about when thinking about the legislative pillar.
Yeah.
Right? You get women in these positions of power, and you might be on some of these women who are now in decision-making positions, you might be on their radar, but you wouldn't necessarily be on the radar of a man that's in a decision-making position if he's never met you. So I think that what's happening is then you're making room at the table for more women by putting women in these positions, and it's this data that's helping us push to get more women there that can open up these doors for women. So I think it's really important.
Yes. So yeah, having them in the right boards and in different areas will help see the point of view that they have, the knowledge that they can add to the table. And it will be a great impact for them.
So we've reached our target in terms of women labor market participation. We keep talking about this as a win. We've talked a little bit about how there's still challenges there. Before talking about challenges, I just think I wanted to say one thing about the data and the observatory and how important it is, which is the idea that, we are measuring something in addition to existing data that's out there, right? And it's not that the data is not there, it's there. We're crunching the numbers a little bit different. We're unpacking it in a slightly different way, and we're telling the story in order to reach
one target within our vision, which is to be more competitive within this space, right? So the vision is a really good target for us to look at how can we be more competitive, how can we get to, full participation of women in order to achieve better development and really equip more people with the knowledge, the know-how, and the skills, as well as the networks that they need to advance. And so thinking about that and how we can really differentiate the development, it's going to be the more difficult work, right? It's going to be not just training, not just women in the workplace. It's going to be something else.
It has to be something dramatic, something that does shake the ground. Because, when we have the numbers are there. That's the easy part, actually. The hardest part is analyzing and coming up with policies that recognize there's a correlation between the number of divorced women and the number of families that are supported by these women. Okay, so what's the level of education for these women? And the index helps us in indicating these parts. But what's the story behind that?
It's that intersectionality, as we talked about before, right?
Intersections are the key. If we understand the intersection that goes into that, you can find the solution that will be suitable for all types of levels of education, type of marital status, and where they're living at. Whether it's rural or urban, you have to also detect.
And we need to bring in more dimensions of social position, right? So you also need to think about, as you said, kind of rural, urban, what kind of socioeconomic background you have, but then also ability comes into that. And you can continue to look at all of the dimensions that usually would be included in something related to diversity and inclusion. And I think it's really important to think about how we can really make diversity and inclusion part and parcel of what happens both within the public and private sector, and how this index can really enable us to think about new policies. Like you were saying, training isn't enough.
No,
it needs to be pressure, incentives,
skills.
Yeah.
Addressed to the skill that we need, direct to the point. And I'm a professor, and I see many bright girls in mathematics and computer science, and they are ready. They're ready for any kind of job, but they need the guidance. They need to be put in the place that they can flourish and show. And I think our government had helped us a lot in giving us lots of opportunities. The health and educational pillar are almost full. There's no gap. And we go to scholarships, we go to the best universities. It's just the bridge from education to the job market that we need to work together. Not only educators for us or statisticians, but also policymakers, social workers, and see where can we find a solution that fits and helps everyone.
Absolutely. And I think what I'd like to see is more reports from the observatory, so we can really utilize these numbers in innovating, because they do highlight challenges, right? And until I see that data, because again, downloading data, looking at Excel sheets, that can be tedious. But you're already doing that, and you guys love the numbers. And so we can help tell the stories by seeing those numbers, right? And it can be really used comparatively in a global context. And I think that is where we need to go next.
This is a promise from us, from Now Observatory. We're going to have a website, the interactive website, and these numbers are going to be available for all of us to work with and have ideas and research that. And this is where the ideas will come from.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate having the opportunity
to
speak with you today, and I'm really happy that the index exists and that it comes out of passion and love of women that really do care about development within the kingdom. So thank you, and thanks
I
for
would
this
also like to
opportunity.
thank all my team. We are a couple of designated professors waiting just to announce the numbers and want people to benefit from the index. So I would like to thank them all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The transformation stage program will commence shortly. The transformation stage program is about to begin. The next transformation stage session is about to begin. Please take your seats. The transformation stage program is about to begin.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session. Today, we're going to discuss a very important topic that's been recurrent in this conference about the future readiness, the workforce readiness, and the bionic workforce associated with it, the bionic skills. So, as we all know, that future is marked by uncertainties. It is very complex, and it is an ever-changing process, which is what we always hear, that is that change is the only constant thing in life. So today we are going to discuss through a presentation that will be delivered by Mr. Anton Stepanenko about the future workforce skills, and marked by major trends that will be impacting the future, the associated lifelong learning principles that should be leveraged to bridge the gap faced by these technologies. And after that, we will be welcoming our esteemed speakers to the stage. So please share with me a warm welcome to our presenter, our first presenter, Mr. Anton, that he will provide a presentation on these topics, and after that we will start with our panelists. Thank you so much. Please.
Hi, can you hear me? Great, fantastic. Thank you very much for a little bit still undeserved warm welcome, but I promise to try and live up to your expectations. My name is Anton. I'm a partner and associate director in BCG. We are very happy to present for just a few minutes a work that we did together with a team from eTech and team from HTGP. It's been an amazing experience, and we're happy to share it with you, and then have a discussion with our esteemed panelists on the on the same. Now, the report is called Rise of Bionic Worker and Rise of Bionic Skills, and it's not by chance, and here is why. Now, I'm sure, I have to say I was not here for the whole 2 days, but I suspect that on most of the sections you will see, you'll probably hear from others that the world is in disruption and everything's changing, all of that. Well, let me tell you, it's not just changing, it's in real turmoil as it comes to jobs and skills. That's pretty obvious to a lot of us here, and let's just be on the same page. Of course, the automation is huge, and there are like different estimates, like it affects 60% of jobs, 70% of jobs. I mean, no one really knows how much of a share of jobs it affects. There is a huge shift towards green economy, and we see with our like naked eye every year more and more jobs being created in sustainability and green technology and all of that. It's a great example of how an entirely new industry is basically arising, just emerging in front of us. We'll see so many more other industries emerging, like in the next 5 to 7 years, there's no doubt. And then we see that the next generation, they require purposeful work. They don't want to work just in a cigarette factory or somewhere. They really want the work to be transformed to include not only what they do, not only their skills, but also their mindsets, their hearts, their souls, everything. And then finally, a notable thing that has never happened, I think, before in the history of humanity is the rise of the freelance, right? It's just, even in my industry, consulting, I mean, it's amazing how many super talented, with a very bright future people said, halas, no more career with consulting companies, thank you very much, enough is enough. And they're doing freelance and they're doing amazing. And that happens in the same industry, and that changes not only the work, not only the operating model behind this work, but also changes entirely the skill set they are required to be successful as freelancer, as opposed to when they used to work in the company situation. Now, the huge drama of the year that everybody knows about is, of course, the AI. We're talking about it every day. It's already sometimes, again, also enough is enough, right? But still something happens. What happened with Sam Altman and OpenAI? What didn't happen to him? And now the NVIDIA drama with chips. And now, every day there's news for us to discuss. It's not the first time. There's been like a hype of the year. It's not going to be the last time. So I'm sure in a while we will probably be discussing something else. But for now, of course, it's an amazing disruption, and no one really knows how much it will affect the world of the jobs exactly. It's very hard to calculate it. And we just quoted a few very credible sources to just show you that people really don't know. Maybe 60%, 57%, 2/3, 1/3. I mean, but it will. That's for sure. The biggest question here that we will not going to address today, but I love this question, is what are we all going to do in 20 years en masse if the algorithms take our jobs? As a consultant, I feel it a little bit like creeping on my job every day. So I kind of understand the question, but we are fine for now, so let's answer this question the other day. Now, AI is in great company. It's not just the AI creeping on our jobs, it's also robotics, it's also autonomous vehicles, it's also the metaverse, it's also the green technologies, all of that. When doing our study, we asked ourselves, how do we, I mean, there's so many technologies, all of them important, how do we do it? We kind of we forced ourselves to select 5 of them, which we believe have the most impact on how the skills will change us in terms of numbers. So these are the 5, but of course all of them are important. It's very hard to not speak about about all of them. The technologies are quite obvious. I will not lead you through that. I think they are quite intuitive. What is not intuitive is what we did, and what we're doing is what we suggest Saudi Arabia and globally to continue doing, with knowing of what these technologies are and what are they going to do, which is we suggest a different approach to understanding what will happen to jobs and the skills. Everybody knows that, of course, I'm sure many of you are working in the corporate environment or with the universities, and we are accustomed already by now to forecasting skills and forecasting jobs. So there are technologies that can say, now we need 100,000 software engineers. In 2 years, we might need 120,000 software engineers because of our new projects, because of our new construction, because of our, very tangible trends impacting our today. Now, the alternative approach that we're exploring in this report is that in addition to doing this, we still need to do this, don't get me wrong, this is good. We do a methodology, we employ a methodology based on foresight. And foresight is an entirely different beast. Foresight makes you imagine and recreate the future in 10, 15 years, just really trying to understand how the future will look like, what will be the activities that we will all be doing in this future, and because we know which activities these are going to be, what are the skills required for these activities in 15 years from now, and because of that, how do we prepare our workforce for the skills required in 15 years? So instead of going bottom up with the forecast, we go sort of a up bottom from doing a forecast and trying to imagine the future. And it's even for us, all of us here at this, let's say, table, at this room, we can imagine it a little bit, right? We can see, right, well, there will be cobots and self-learning robots and more sustainability technologies, and there will be 3D printing will become a norm, and so on. So even us, we can try to do this. But imagine if you do this with people who are specializing on the things that will change. For example, with VC investors who know exactly which projects they're investing in now and who understand what will happen with these projects in 5-7 years. Imagine talking, well, obviously, of course, to you as well, to people who work in universities, work on the frontier of R&D in companies as well. If you have all of them figure out the future together with you, you will be as precise in terms of trying to imagine the future as it possibly can. And then out of this, you can understand your activities and your skills requirements actually quite accurately. Now, to no surprise, of course, the situation with jobs will be very different. I mean, because of all these technologies, we'll need less accountants, less counterintuitively, but still less software engineers, but much more people involved in cybersecurity activities. We will need less people working on assembling something in the manufacturing plant, but we will need more people maintaining what has been assembled. We will need less people trying to sell something to us, but we will need more people trying to create metaverse experiences where the sales will be happening because of the algorithm, and so on and so on. It's quite easy to imagine, but that is what happens with the so-called jobs. The most interesting thing is not the jobs themselves, because honestly, you can call them whichever you like. And even there's some R&D specialists and future specialists who say jobs names are completely irrelevant in already like 5-7 years. It's not the jobs what's important. What is important is what's going inside the jobs, which is your profiles of activities and profiles of skills required, because it's this that is going to be disrupted so much. And here, example number one, super easy example, a sales representative. We understand like intuitively who they are. We see them every day. Right now, what they're doing, they're trying to address a little bit like you need to come to a sales representative, and then he starts working, right? So it's like retroactive a little bit, right? He will need to somehow figure out leads, right? To start approaching people. He will need to, or she will need to address simple tasks and simple client queries and so on, with just one technology, which is your fantastic generative AI that everybody knows so much about today, right? Of course, this is all changing, right? No more needs to kind of, work with the leads, because AI can work with the leads for you, so you're more efficient. No more needs to generate your sales materials. Even for me as a consultant, generative AI can generate hundreds of alternatives to your sales materials in just 1 second. So basically, what you're doing, you're still doing the same, you're still probably paid the same, but you are spending your time in an entirely different fashion, spending your time trying to solve more complicated tasks, trying to understand where your clients can be coming from, trying to team better with the others so that your sales is more efficient in the end. There are more interesting examples, I think. Why? Because it's not only AI affecting them, it's also all the other technologies and all the other things that we talked about, and these are your so-called blue-collar workers. And we believe, and the report makes a statement, that the blue-collar workers will turn into what we are calling the bionic workforce by being heavily augmented with the technology, which for them will mean a huge shift in their role. And the role shifting from simply doing something with your hand, which a worker will do, to actually operating algorithms and operating robots who will do it instead of you, and then being able to also configure this collaboration with the algorithm and robots and all the others, which is which changes the game entirely for them. And from a mundane task of trying to fix a car yourself, you are suddenly a fantastic, almost sci-fi operator of robots and algorithms who will do the fixing of the car. It's so much more attractive, and it's an entirely new world for them. And because of all our amazing, and Saudi Arabia is not only not an exception, but is like in the frontier of the mega projects and trying to change the world, there's so much tasks that will need to be fulfilled and performed by these people that the demand for them will grow exponentially. Now, the forecast shows that in the situation where we'll need less service workers, because the algorithm can do instead of you your sales, algorithm can do instead of you your basic human interactions. We see it even now, chatbots and all of this already employed even today. In a situation where we will need less white-collar workers, because again the knowledge can be generated by the algorithm, and this is also clear already now. In the situation where the caregivers segment will probably will probably remain at the same level, we will see a huge rise of the bionic workforce, and the report calculates and explains why and how this is happening, and to which extent we can extend this growth. But basically, the more our ambition to growth, the more bionic workers we will need, and unfortunately the less of the others we will need, because they will be able to be substituted to a certain extent by algorithm, and all the others will not be. Now, we are getting to the key insight, the couple of the key insights, like what does it mean, right? So, okay, fine, we'll live in this world, we'll need more bionic workers. It means that finally, the notion of skills of the future will actually have its real meaning. I'm sure you've heard the skills of the future as a term before many times in your life. Normally it's referred to as soft skills. Skills of the future is creativity. Skills of the future is problem solving. Skills of the future is communication and all of that. That's wrong, right? That's not skills of the future. All of these skills were important in Mesopotamia thousands of years ago, right? There's nothing to do with the future. They are super important, they are critical, but they are not future. The skills that we are devising for you in the report, and we call them bionic skills, you see them on the screen right now, these are the real skills of the future, the bionic skills that will require you to work effectively with the new technology, which means that you need to be creative in a different way, that you need to be productive in a different way, and you need to understand that you're no longer doing this alone, you're doing this together with algorithms and robots and the technologies, so you're augmented. The mastering of the digital communication, I am now talking to you only, and you are seeing me only, or your neighbor, that happens as well. Already now, we can do the same. I'm talking to you, and here's my algorithm that is talking to me as well, and here's my chatbot, and here's, my partner from United States of America, talking to me as well. All of this is omni-channel communication, us being able to orchestrate this all in real time. Collaboration across boundaries, which is how do you do the remote and hybrid teaming? And there's a fantastic, you should have seen it, a Microsoft little clip about how you team with an algorithm that basically is like a little avatar, like in the sci-fi. It's kind of happening. But the most important of all, to my taste, to be honest, is the group of skills to preserve and promote well-being. Because this is something that is easily overseen. It has been overseen even in normal formal education not for years, but for generations, honestly. But if we want to be interacting with the technology so much, and if we want to live in the world that is so much bionic and augmented, it's so easy to lose oneself, right? It's so easy to not pay attention to who you are as a person, who are you as a member of the community, are you well, are you healthy, and then are you proactive physical, do you retain your energy levels and so on. This becomes a crucial foundation for all the other fantastic super skills that we also of course mean. Now, let's ask ourselves, is it realistic to teach all of these skills using the old traditional, let's say, educational methods that we have, which is you send someone to the university for 4 years, to baccalaureate, maybe also for a couple of years to masters, and then halas, no more education, we expect him to know everything. No, it's already clear it's not, and our panelist, Mr. Hani, will also talk about how how we need to retrain much faster, right, and how it's like, retraining, is not ahead of the new technologies that are coming out every year. So it needs to be a lifelong learning. But lifelong learning, if you think of it, is a horrible term. I don't know who was exactly the person. I need to find it out. Oh my God, I will Google it, I swear. Who invented this term, because this term is horrible. Because it means that not only we suffered through school, not only we suffered through our university, but we need to suffer through the end of our lives, sitting in the classroom, and learning and learning and learning and learning. No, that was not the deal, you know? No, I want to live my life differently. And then to get there, we need to reimagine how we understand the lifelong learning and how we really implicate it. And our approach that we devised together with a lot of global experts is that the lifelong learning is actually an ecosystem rather than a mundane obligation to learn throughout your life. And the ecosystem that is platform-based, the ecosystem that is integral, the ecosystem that allows for very different types of learning to be recognized, not just your diploma or whatever it is, the ecosystem that really gives the learner the money to get the education rather than pays the education institution to teach the learner, and so on. So there's quite a bit of disruption in this field that will be required if you want to get there. There are quite a bit of best practices of this existing today. One famous sci-fi author once said that future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. I love the notion. It basically, you can potential, and we're here also for our panelists today, you will see that in different corporate environments, in different nations, there are already snippets of life learning ecosystems that emerge, and a few of them also on the screen. But the idea is, can you magically transform a country to have a life learning ecosystem? Probably no. But you can definitely build it within a particular government program or within a particular corporate or particular government institution. That is not only possible, but that is happening every day. And what is required is a much more tight collaboration between the government, the private sector, the training sector, and also the learners. And this is our main call to action, to find ways to experiment boldly and to go to the future together. And with this, let me conclude. Thank you very much for your attention. Dr. Hani, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Anton. We would like to share with you a copy of this report. My colleagues, Ustad Abdullah, Ustad Turki, please, if you can hand the audience a copy of this report, which has many information that Mr. Anton just discussed, if you would like to get more information. There is also another copy uploaded on the conference website under the Knowledge Hub. For now, let me please invite to the stage and share with me a warm welcome to our esteemed speakers, Mr. Hani Al-Ahdal and Dr. Tan Anderson and Dr. Pavel Luksha. Please join me to the stage. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Anton, for sharing with us this very insightful presentation, which will we be, without our esteemed guests, will be delving more into the peculiarities of these information and the expectations for the future. My maybe first question for Mr. Hani Al-Ahdal. It's always been said that certificate will get you into the room, but the skills will keep you in. So how to mitigate, first of all, how to, what are the implications of the bionic advancement that Mr. Anton just discussed, and how can we mitigate the negativities of the bionic enhancements that is expected in the future?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I really want to give very good credit for the people who work on the report, because that is going to help a lot in the organization side on managing the future skills. But to be very much realistic, if we just look into the panel, I am one individual coming from an organization between 3 doctors and consulting firm, and that is the ironic things. Usually, what we are looking now is an organization, they have to bear the consequences of the bionic workforce or the bionic skills. Technically, this is going to have a very drastic change in the organization, because in terms of the skill gaps, we will have 2 tiers of individuals in the organization. those who have the ability or manage to get access to the bionic advancement and those who are not. And the gap will make the first group more productive, more efficient, and they can deliver more in no time. And the other group is more of not utilized, and a lot of investments need to be done on them to keep them on the organization. So that gap is going to increase by the bionic enhancement and bionics technology, and that is one thing that organization is going to face in the future. Not to talk about, for example, the automation. The automation definitely will go into the second group and remove their jobs immediately. And now the organization need to look into how to do, how to deal, how to be fair with this employee and make sure that group of employees have a fair chance of accessing or developing their skills in the organization. So if we look into the totality of the bionic technology and its impact on the organization, technically is going to have a very huge impact by having the workforce divided across the ability to learn these skills and the other group who is not able to learn these skills. So the organization job and role is how to minimize that gap and have a fair access to this enhancement and allow everybody in the organization to benefit from this, to increase the productivity and increase the efficiency and increase even the level of the performance to the best achievement or the best level that intended by the organization. So this is in technically, Dr. Tahani, how organization is going to impacted by the bionic enhancement and the impact on the organization side.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hani, for this insightful comment. Would like to move to Dr. Anderson Tan. Please introduce yourself, Doctor. And now we will move the discussion towards some policy recommendations about the bionic systems. Maybe I conclude with what the Engineer Hani mentioned, the enhancement. So some bionic systems, there is a kind of replacing, and some of them are complementing. So what do you think policymakers need to know in order to maintain employees through these bionic systems and the bionic future?
Right. Thanks, Dr. Tahani. I'm Anderson from Singapore. I'm very glad that Skills Future Singapore has been referenced. Okay. All right. I think largely, all right, the bionic systems can be categorized into two groups, right, which I think Dr. Hani already mentioned. One is an augmented technology, right? Then you have the other one, which is autonomous bionic systems, okay? Now, to give you an illustration, what I mean, I'm going to show you a short video clip, and this is a real video clip that was sent to me by my brother, okay, of my father in hospital. Okay, my dad is 90 years old, all right, and he's in hospital. And take a look at the video.
Can you please?
My dad is on this corner, my left, and there's this cute robot, okay, teaching the patients some basic exercises. Right? This is real, happened yesterday in Singapore. Right? So this video was captured by my brother and sent to me. Okay, while you are watching the video, I would also like to ask some questions. Okay? Now, do you think that this robot is augmenting the nurses, or the robot is autonomously displacing the nurse activities? What do you think? Anyone think that it is augmenting the nurse? Now, who thinks that the robot is displacing the nurse? Then how about the rest of you who have not raised your hand? You think the robot is going to displace you? Okay, I think whether is it augmenting or displacing. That means whether is it an augmented bionic system or is it an autonomous bionic system. I think it really depends on, is the bionic system, all right, displacing a task, a function, or a role. Okay? In this case, it is very obvious that it is only a task. And this task is just an exercise. All right? So I wouldn't be too concerned about this robot displacing the nurse's job. In fact, if I'm a nurse, I'll be very happy because this robot is augmenting my range of duties. So my role as a nurse, there are many, many functions and there are many, many tasks. This thing is just replacing one task. Okay? It actually strengthens and empowers the nurse to do some other things. All right? So I think as we are hearing a lot of things about artificial intelligence trying to displace this, replace this, robotics displacing this, replacing this. I think it is not as simple as this. We really need to understand the whole scope of a person's role, all right, in the economic system. And as policymakers, this becomes very important because it is across so many types of sectors, across so many job roles, all right. Looking at a specific system is not as simple as generalizing it. Okay? So it is very challenging actually at the policy level to see the impact. Now, of course, when we see how technology is progressing, it becomes scary. When we look at generative AI, it becomes scary. Why? Because generative AI has the potential to dissociate the knowledge from the knower. When generative AI was introduced, the biggest protest actually came from the educational institutions. Why? Because the whole business model of educational institution is to sell qualification. Okay? Yeah. I know many of you are going to get angry with me, but I think many institutions actually, educational institutions actually sell qualifications. All right? And the value of that qualification is how much you internalize the skills and knowledge. That is why assessments are always individual. You are awarded a degree, personal degree. All right? It's not a team degree. Okay? All right? And generative AI has the potential to dissociate that knowledge from the knower. Employers are the ones who are very happy. Why? Because now I don't need to worry that my institutional or organizational knowledge is locked into one person. Okay? So that presents another set of challenges actually even for policymakers. Okay? How do we manage that? Now, another key challenge is about the pace of learning. I am honestly very concerned that the pace of human learning is going to fall behind the pace of machine learning. Why? Humans forget. Humans learn from base zero. And humans learn consequentially. When we learn things, we know there are consequences of what we learn, how we apply some of these learning. Machines don't need to learn from base zero. Machines do not forget. Machines are non-consequential. And I'm not surprised why now governments all over the world are talking about ethics of AI, ethics of machines. Why? Because machines have no ethics. Yeah. At least not now. All right? So as policymakers, I think these are key perspectives to explore. All right? Honestly, I don't have answers, but I think they present a lot of interesting challenges for everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for sharing your perspective on this, because this kind of rhetoric keeps going on and on about whether the technology is going to replace or augment the human presence or human skills. By sharing an example from a hospital, this will lead me to another question to Dr. Pavel Lukshap. And please introduce yourself to the audience about the health and well-being, a risk of, the digital transformation and the bionic age. So what do you think are some of the negative effects of the rise of the bionic workforce? And at the same time, how can we mitigate this impact on humans and try to reduce these obvious risks that potentially expected?
Thank you, Dr. Hani. So my name is Pavel Luksha. I am the director of an international think tank called Global Education Futures. We're exploring the future of skills and the future of learning. And one of the things that we constantly look at is what are the consequences of implementing AI, robotics, and other technologies. And I think that the exciting finding in this report suggests that half of the workforce in the future will be bionic workers. So it's a massive transition. The question, what kind of consequences is going to entail? Now let me ask you one thing. Have you heard of the term Zoom fatigue? Who has heard of it? All right, some people did. What it means is basically the tiredness that you experience from connecting over Zoom or other remote connection platforms. And actually the studies find that in the last 2 years, 1/4 of all workers report the extreme tiredness from connecting over Zoom. So what it shows to me is just one of many examples, and I will share a few more statistics, is that we are not evolutionary prepared, we are not wired, our bodies are not built, and our nervous system is not built to actually work with this kind of working environment normally. Because we have bodies, we are supposed to run, we are supposed to interact with others, we're not supposed to constantly sit in front of small screens and look at tiny symbols that constantly change. That's not the natural part of what we are created for, so to say. So we require massive adaptation. And there is an evidence that introduction of digital tools to widespread digital tools has massive consequences. So for example, the effects such as depression or even suicidal thoughts in young people increased by 50% in the last 10 years. Studies find that it's mostly associated with the increased use of social media and other digital environments. 70% more signs of burnout in workers. So it's a massive increase. And the question is, does it mean we should not use the digital tools? Does it mean we should block the incoming of bionic workers? No, I think we need to take caution that this is happening. There are many more effects that have been documented, so we need to be aware of this. And I would suggest 3 things that can help us get prepared. So first of all, one is actually recognizing that well-being is no longer something that we should take automatically. Well-being is actually a skill, something that we need to learn. We need to learn how to properly eat and what kind of food we eat. How do we rest? When do we take rest? How do we sleep? How do we relax to take this burden that we constantly experience? It's actually something that can be learned. And it's something that needs to be learned at early stage. It has to become part of school programs. It has to become part of university programs, part of on-job training. So that's one thing that we definitely need to introduce. Second thing, I think we need to use the term that we can call digital ergonomics. So some environments are made better than others. And actually, we have to remember that people who make digital tools right now, they are not average people. They are programmers, their minds, their brains are better adapted to using this kind of environment. So they don't experience as much of burden, as much of problem as the rest of population. And we really need psychologists, we need specialists on digital environments to work hand in hand with these people when they massify these technologies, to make sure that these technologies do not have so much negative impact on our well-being. And last but not least, I think as we see the incoming of bionic workers, we need to introduce new roles into our organizations, such as mental health practitioners that work alongside with managers, with technology specialists. By the way, some companies are doing it. So for example, in investment companies, it's normal to have a mental health practitioner because of the enormous amount of information that people have to process
the burden they take because of making these multi-billion decisions. So we need to have more of that. And I think that if we recognize that this is one of priorities, our life as bionic workers will be better, let's say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pavel, and thanks for including this as a skill, which is the well-being and maintaining well-being, which we identified in our report as one of the overarching future skills. So after this, we all agree that future jobs and some jobs will be replaced by skill sets. So what to do if the skill set, the individual can't reach this skill set and there is a gap? So maybe, Mr. Anton, you will share with us some ideas or some from your perspective about the training and lifelong learning tips that you would like to share with us based on what you presented through the report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tahani. I'm still Anton, still from BCG. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, Pavel. I don't know if you noticed when you started to explain about people and the mortality rate rising and so on, people started to leave the audience a bit. And when you ended up saying it's all right, it's a skill, we'll have more mental professionals to help us, people started to come back. So a very profound impact right there. Thank you for the question, Dr. Tahani. We are working now in BCG on a new concept that we call Edu Life or Edu Living, which is how do you really transform, if you can learn so fast, absolutely any skill now that you need with the help of the AI technology and so on, how do you restructure your life and your professional life as well to be able to benefit from that, from this increased, amazingly increased learning efficiency that we're all now experiencing. And of course, we think that two things are super important to the architectural tree, I will say. Number one is you cannot escape it. We all need fundamental core competences for all of us. This is something that is very hard to pick on the go. How we collaborate, how we communicate, our mindsets to be helpful, our mindsets to be thinking critically, our mindsets to striving to be creative. This is something that takes years and years and years as a foundation, and of course the role of the, let's say, formal education will continue to be critically important here. But all the other things, some soft skills and most of the hard skills, you can learn on the go. And then the question is, how do you transform our learning to be able to learn on the go effectively and not being ashamed of learning on the go as well? I don't have a master's degree in something, but instead I'm listening to this podcast and it's amazing, and instead I'm using this AI assistant and it's telling me every day what should I do. The result is the same, the skill is with me, but no masters, but the result. And then how do we transform to that is I think a very important topic to explore and to really start finding some best practices around the world. And then finally, only practice makes perfect, and then the experiencing this enhanced learning boost is only possible if you stop learning in a classroom or at home, clicking through and going through information, but only if you do and learn, do and learn, do and learn. You can call it a flipped classroom if you like, right? You can call it many other names, but you stop treating learning and doing as two different things, right? And start doing this together. That would be my main advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
sharing. Can I just interject on this? In fact, I think what Anton mentioned, his last sentence, learning together, is, in my opinion, the key beyond just lifelong learning.
Yeah.
Right? Because the pace that we are going to encounter versus machine, I think we are going to lose. Right? Because machines don't learn individually. Machines learn from the best of minds put together, and they step up. They don't always start from base zero. Okay? If we are just going to base on individual learning, we can never outpace machines. And I think what Anton mentioned about learning together is very powerful. Collective learning. We need the collective capability, collective skills and knowledge capability of the community. Okay, because we need to retain that learning, and individuals do forget. Okay, so this thing about getting a qualification, a personal qualification, I think might not be sufficient, meaning that there has to be some form of collective capability.
Yeah, thank you so much. And maybe associated with lifelong learning is also learning how to learn. This is very important as well. And it might be used interchangeably with lifelong learning. This leads to another question to Mr. Hani regarding the employees and the transition in companies. And if you can please briefly share your perspective on what are the strategies that to be employed for enhancing employees' acceptance and reducing the resistance and, having resilient employees. If you can briefly share.
Yeah, good. And I think this is very important because if we just listen to what my colleague just mentioned, it's not about what do you know about, for example, we're not going to hire an accountant because he has a degree in the accountant. We're not going to hire a marketing because he has a degree in the marketing. I think in the future we're going to have to hire people because what they can do with the AI and they can solve more efficient and effectively using the technology. So if we want to segment, for example, the stages of the individuals before they reach the organization and after the organization, during the hiring at the beginning, we were going to look into the skills, whether this individual can collaborate and integrate with the technology or not, irrespective of the major or the field. Because AI is going to solve a lot of problems. Problem solving is not anymore an issue in the organization. It is already solved, and we already have the tools and the advancement and the technology that can find solution. But now the question is whether we can collaborate and work toward implementing that solution or not. So the ability of the individual to collaborate and work with the technology is very essential. So this is number one. Number two, I think, which is very important from the organization perspective, we're going to look for people who can update themselves very fast. We're not going to be very much dependent on the training. Training is not going to cut it. Technology is changing very fast. The employee, the human, they're learning less fast than the machine, like what Dr. Anderson mentioned. And the organization, they're not going to invest money for something they knew they're not going to get the payback of it very fast. So technically what will happen is we're looking for people who can update themselves very fast in knowing what's going on and trying to upgrade themselves by learning together. I think that is a very good terminology, and maybe we can start utilizing this terminology in the organization. It is not you learning by yourself, trying to find a solution by yourself. It is us. We're working together as a team, collaboratively with the technology, trying to find what would be the best for the organization. So that is very, very important. The third part is what organization is going to have to do with the people who is not going to catch up with the technology. And not everybody have that capability. And I don't think that it is fair that organization should bear that cost alone. I think intervention from the government should be from the policymaker to find solution for the people who could not make it, who could not adapt or develop themselves to catch this technology and be productive in the organization. And that is something organization cannot do alone. It requires an ecosystem that help and work together to find solution for those people, try to upskill, reskill them in a different field, in a different sector, try to get them in a lower job, in a lower type of interaction, try to give them a tool, maybe looking for example, universal basic income, which is a terminology that we start hearing about giving an income fix to these people because they cannot be participated. But a huge investment needs to be done to upskill and reskill these people, but organization cannot do it alone. This is very important aspect when we are going to handle the workforce. Now, as an organization, if the organization opted to move into the direction of adopting and embracing this technology, definitely people will start by resisting that change. Because to them it is a threat to their basic requirement, a threat to their basic security of getting a job and getting an income and getting resources to live a good life. So the load will be on the organization to do a huge effort in the change management on how this thing is going to help the individual be more productive. If we just look into the history, the history proved to us that all the jobs that exist previously not exist today. And amazingly, yesterday I heard the information that 80% of the job that exists in 1940 does not exist today. And now I think we are going into the same thing, that the jobs that exist today will not exist in the future, but definitely there will be a huge requirement, a demand, a new job that's going to be created in the future. The only challenge we have is to convince people to onboard with us on that change. So if there is a change management or a change process need to be done in the organization, it should start by what's in it for me as an individual. And I think the organization have the responsibility to explain to the individual that it is your decision that going to take you up in the ladder, because that technology is not going to replace you. Actually, it's going to make you more productive, more efficient, give you more time to do more valuable job, to add value, to uplift the practice, to think in a different way, to find a better problem to be solved. So technically, the technology is going to take the legwork out and give you a quality time for a new product or a new services. And if we manage to convince people that we're going to free your time from the legwork into the quality work and the value-added work, that is the step number one. Because what is the next step is how you as an individual, when you have the time to think in a quality product, you will be progressed, you will be advanced, and accordingly you will move up in the ladder and you will create a value for yourself and your organization. So technically this bionic enhancement make your life more meaningful. And everybody now, if we look into our pocket, we have the mobile. The mobile did not replace the old fashioned. Actually, it helps us improve our life. So the organization need to start by explaining what's in it for the individual, what's in it for them, how this is going to benefit them, and how this is going to improve their work. This is number one. Number two, a lot of fears and a lot of issues attached to this technology, especially when it comes to the privacy of the data, monitoring, for example, some personal data, continuous monitoring, all aspects of privacy and personal information that need to be protected. There has to be some assurance and there has to be some governance around this aspect, because employee is going to interact with the machine and the machine is going to capture so many information about the individual. And employees or individual want to make sure that this information is not going to be shared with the management. I don't want my manager, for example, to know that I'm using ChatGPT, for example, to develop certain presentation, or that research being done by using a certain tool. Actually, I don't feel comfortable discussing this topic with my manager. Or let's assume if I have a technology that, for example, attached to my body and I'm going to do a certain job. I don't want, for example, my heart rate or my blood pressure to be shared on the organization or with the medical team, because this is a privacy. We have to have a governance around what could be mentioned, what could be captured, what could be monitored, what could be reported, what could be tracked. And all these aspects need to be governed in a very well structure, so employee will feel confident working relaxedly with this technology. And the third thing is we have to avoid any discrimination, because as we discussed previously, not everybody will have an access to this technology. People might have access due to their multiple reasons, and other or not. But from organization perspective, we have to have a no discrimination at all. We have to give an equal opportunity for everybody on the organization to try, to do mistakes, to learn, and at the same time improve in a very safe environment. We have to assure the employee and we have to provide a safety environment for the people to try this technology, try to improve it, make mistake, like a sandbox. They can build up their technology, they can build up their skills and capability by interacting with the technology in a very safe environment. And avoiding any discrimination that resulted from any type of discrimination, age, color, whatsoever. Because that is going to be very, very, very important in accepting this new technology as an enhancement tool to the individual. Also, if I just allow me for one thing, is we have to celebrate the success of any, let's call it, any achievement in that field, because success is going to make a role model. A role model is going to be mimicked by the employees, and employee is going to embrace that changes to make sure that that changes become a normal duty in the organization, not a threat to the employee of the organization. Sorry for taking that long.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hani. As our session is time is approaching to be over, just would like to move to another topic, which is, to touch on it very quickly and very briefly. Dr. Anderson, what do you think about what can be changed so we can stay ahead of this the world full of machine learning and AI? So what we can do to change this, please, and how we outperform these machines?
Right. I think the developments and the advancements of technology is unstoppable. Right. If you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. Okay. So the way is to look at which part is going to be displaced at the organizational level, at the institutional level, because one part that is displaced could mean actually an augmentation of the other part. All right? Like for example, if somebody loses the task, okay, due to bionic system, actually somebody higher, at the higher level, to him, there is augmentation. Okay? So maybe some form of mapping, okay, might be useful to see the loss of this actually is actually a strengthening of this part. Okay? And a kind of a mapping system like this might actually help to ease the tension, okay, of both policymakers or even workers.
Thank you very much. And now moving to Dr. Pavel. So now here comes the role of education. So how do you think his education can, change, this tendency in the bionic workforce? What's the role of education now?
Well, certainly a question for the whole conference, perhaps.
Yeah.
But if I'm picking up just a few things that really are crucial. So maybe some of you heard of this Malcolm Gladwell's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. So I think we need to adopt something similar. We need to learn fast and slow at the same time. So part of our education needs to go into slow learning, because things that make us resilient, that make us prepared for uncertainty, like you said, transformation is unstoppable. So new things will continue to coming up. And that's not about just learning them. It's also about being resilient in face of change, being decisive, being open-minded, being collaborative, being able to connect with others, solve problems with others. So it's all the set of skills that are kind of working on a different level that allow you, and you need to constantly practice them. Like I said, well-being as a skill, all of these are skills, actually. You can practice that, you can improve on that, and the more you improve, the better you are in face of very diverse circumstances as a worker. The other part is about learning fast. So that is where we kind of catch up with machines. We cannot catch up with machines, I think, but we need to find complementarity to make sure we kind of catch up with the progress, with the transformation. And what is needed for that? I think we need to really rethink how our systems are organized, because systems are built, educational systems are built in the 19th century, effectively. We are still using those templates. Now we are in 21st century, and progress is much faster than it used to be 200 years ago. Lifespans are much longer than they used to be 200 years ago, and so on and so on. So can we learn in the same way? Definitely not. So we need to adopt digital profiling, digital competence profiles, digital portfolios that will allow us to interact with these machine-enriched and technology-enriched learning spaces in a way that we can call just-in-time learning. The same way as just-in-time supply, we need just-in-time learning that can actually give us micro-learning exactly of the skills we need in that moment. And that means we need to learn constantly, like you said, learning to learn, and also transform our learning systems and go away from the idea that we need certification that requires 4 years, 10 years of preparation. It doesn't, not any longer. Now we have to accept that this is a constant, ongoing recertification process that is supported by digital portfolios and profiles, and that's where we're heading to, I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Buffel. And you mentioned a very important key word here, which is collaboration. And it's been mentioned and recurrent throughout this session and other sessions. So, Mr. Anton, what do you think can be done? What are the best policies or best practices to orchestrate the efforts of all collaborators, all stakeholders to collaborate together in order to.
Thank you very much for the question. I know we're out of time. I will just say one sentence, 2 sentences. We had dinner yesterday with Dr. Pavel, and we were, during the dinner, playing with the new AI learning tools that are coming out. And before anyone approaches a task of having a new policy or anything, my advice, please download any new AI-based learning app and just try it out. It's so fun, it's so disruptive, and your life will literally never be the same. Don't do any policy unless you try it out yourself and you know exactly what this learning slow and learning fast means. With this, time for lunch, at least for me.
Thank you so much, everyone. We greatly appreciate sharing your knowledge and expertise in this panel, enriching our panel with lots of policy considerations, management strategies, policies, and discussing some future-proofing strategies for facing these challenges. Thank you so much, everyone, and looking forward to learning from you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
شكرا لله.